up to enough shenanigans without Impicus. I like the pre-session shenanigans that we get up to be honest. They're some of my favorite things, because things that aren't canon, can be just said and it's like, oh cool. Like Imp having a fucking revolver makes sense.
Aramis just really wants to be a Percy DeRollo from fucking Vox Machina.
Hear ye, let the record show that this viewer was here first.
Hi Mixie. Yeah, no, it's I'm excited to see what this dragon attack is, but I'm also very much want to, mentally like, I'm gonna die.
I did realize, because Imp brought up the fact that, like, oh, there's so many attractive women in your campaign. I was like, you know what? I need to start writing more specific male descriptions.
Yeah.
So I feel like there are some male characters that I think we've talked to that I would consider attractive that I should have described more. Granted, there were one or two that Imp was like, oh, like the buff orc knight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Most of the men you've described are either old or
dicks.
Indeed. Yeah, older dicks, and that's just all we got. Hi, Lily.
Fairness, I think the prince would be attractive. Technically, they're old, but they're also like elven, so
yeah, and it's like
for much.
Elves get the automatic attractive check off, right. So it's like can't really count the prince.
Baron Tempest is attractive, but everyone's eked out over the whole vampirism thing.
Baron Tempest
allegedly.
Baron Tempest is attractive, and I'm gonna be real with you. Last session, I in the back of my mind, I went, how would he feel about thralling me?
Thrall me, daddy.
Hey, Baron, you want me to swear loyalty to you forever? You wanna, right there.
Where do I sign in my own blood? Where's the contract?
Yeah. For reference, this is Baron Tempest. Lily and whoever's watching on stream. Man's a fucking fox.
Ooh.
He's heavily based off of a VTM character that I used a description of, named Baron Temple.
To be honest, I hadn't seen Baron Tempest till now too.
Yeah, he's hot. Would smash. Would not mind.
Would let thrall me.
Would let thrall me. Would not mind living in his manor for the rest of my life. Would miss Silk still.
Would miss Silk still. Hey, he visits.
He does. Would thrall Silk.
Come here, Silk.
Hina's so much fun to play as. Let's go, Ice. I'm glad that you pulled her and you're having fun. I am very excited for this session. If not a little bit scared. And already have a character in my mind to roll next.
Yeah.
Because it's not like Spirit would end the book at chapter 14. She's a better writer than that, right?
It could be a short story.
I was taking a bite of fucking chicken.
Actual IRL TPK.
Hey guys, I just had a heart attack. Guys, I don't think I can make it this week. Need to rename that to Meteor Hammer.
It's a horror short story.
Honestly, I guess there have been a couple horror elements to your game. Yeah. Yeah.
There could have been more, but you guys kind of made a joke out of a handful of them. Like easily the interactions at the Haley Harlot could have leaned more horror, but everyone was being very comical that session.
Yeah.
Because there were some fucked up things that were happening there.
Yeah. Those will be discovered later on. Now that Aldrich's in charge, if he doesn't die.
If he doesn't die. That's okay. I have a easy work schedule next week, and then the week after that, 3 of the 5 people in my department are going to be gone on vacation for a week.
I would feel so bad if Aldrich died, especially after how well Jess K drew him.
You're just giving her more work. Hey, so about my next character.
She hasn't charged me, so I've decided I'm just buying her Minecraft next month.
I had no say in the matter.
Yeah, you wouldn't take money when I
got sugar daddied.
Yeah. You scratched my back, I'm gonna scratch yours.
Well, Smaug got art mommied?
Art mommy, that's an interesting term. Honestly, like the art that she's done for both Alphonse and Aldrich, though, is like, Jessica, your art is so fucking sick.
Yeah.
And then Marmalade absolutely slays. Despite being the size of a fucking dwarf.
Adorable.
I also love Aramis. I need Imp to make more Aramis art, because I need more Aramis in my life.
But it's Aramis with all of the goofy things that Imp keeps asking for.
At the very least, Aramis with a propeller cap.
You guys still have that.
Yeah, we still have the cap ascending thoughts.
You guys have a propeller cap?
It is a propeller cap that, when put on the wearer, their surface level thoughts project outwards. If I remember correctly.
If you look at someone wearing the hat, you will hear their surface level thoughts. You don't necessarily get their deepest, darkest secrets unless their deepest, darkest secrets are really loud at the time.
I guess though, if you say what's your deepest, darkest secret, and it's I'm not going to tell you, you just put the cap on, and that's their first thought.
Not necessarily.
Unless it's trauma. Trauma avoids the surface. Typically.
That's fair.
They gave it to the guards to use for the interrogation, and they didn't outright get any information from it, but they knew where to go when they're questioning, because they could get a lot of what things they ask about cause anxiety or things like that to spike up. And it's just oh, that you worried about us asking that?
Why'd you worry?
Nova, put it on a passerby and hearing not hot, not hot, not.
Nah, you put it on a passerby, and they're just pass, pass, pass. Oh, pass. Smash.
Damn, that Dragonborn kind of fluffy. I want to cuddle it.
They're just
It's
pass,
freaking
smash, pass. 2 ales in, then smash.
That
like-
is perfect.
I gotta be a little drunk for that one, but I'd smash.
Name a celebrity that you'd have to be a little drunk to, but you would still smash.
You need a little help getting there.
My answer off the top of my head is Charlie Sheen.
I have to say,
You gotta be drunk enough to ignore the personality, but
I'd have to say Johnny Depp.
I can see that one too. Those are both great examples of you gotta take away my cognitive reasoning a little bit, and then I'd be open to it.
So that's why Amber Heard did what she did then. Wasn't drunk enough.
Oh no, you know what would be a bad thing? Freaking putting the propeller hat on whenever we're near Aurelia Typho.
Oh
I'm pretty
God.
sure everyone in the party just wants to smash Aurelia Typho.
Or Aldrich having a conversation with Aurelia and one of you guys sneak up behind her and slap the hat on. And all Aldrich hears
And
is, this is a naive fucking idiot, but he's kind of good looking.
I am messaging this to him.
What would take psychic damage is if you just got complete disinterest.
Hey,
Just
speak of
thinking
it.
about other things while talking to you.
I never know
Someone
exactly.
puts the hat on her, and she's thinking, what am I gonna have for dinner tonight?
Yeah.
Chicken, maybe?
I think you should go with beef Wellington because you're well done.
Hello.
Hi, Impicus. Welcome to us.
Together.
Joking in chaos and talking about the propeller hat that you
Yeah,
still
we were
have.
informing Jess K about the propeller hat, which is still in the party's possession.
It is. I was thinking about it at the end of last session after I left the call, and I was thinking of like, what if in that moment where Eleanor was being very vulnerable, Aramis just slowly and quietly just put the propeller hat on her head.
Oh my god.
That's
She turns back and just
fucked.
burns straight through it.
That would be straight fucked. Holy shit. Would it
be that bad? I thought it would be funny. I didn't think it'd be like horrible.
I mean, but like she was being
Aramis does that, suddenly it's just like everyone disapproves.
Aldrich
Bad.
hears a scream from way down below.
Oh, that's right. Everybody in the vicinity hears. Never mind. That is okay. Well, I see the disapproval now.
You do have to be looking at the person. That
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
the original description.
Yeah. But it's still one of those, like, they were being really vulnerable with you, and like you did I take damage at the end of the session?
I don't think so.
Actually, I think someone did smack you.
Okay, yeah, I'll accept that statement. I'll accept the 2 points of damage.
I think that was some joke hit. Imp, would you like to hear what the title for today's session is?
Yes, please.
The New Tales of Illia, Book 1, The First Stones, Chapter 14, Where Shadows Lie. You know what I also love from last session? Glory Callista mentioned how the ship needed to go on a mission, and you all agreed to help. No one asked what it was.
We knew about the Cavern of Soul, or the Cavern of Creatures, and that was it.
Creature Chasm.
Creature Chasm.
Creature's Chasm.
I'm still trying to find my tongue on that name.
Book 14, enjoy. So chapter 14, not book 14, chapter 14. Nova. Each session is a chapter.
This is where we find out that this was actually a short story, and it ends here. Dragon eats the ship whole. This
Could
was
be a
just
shadow
short
dragon.
story. This was just a short story on why ships don't fly anymore.
The Atkin Bloodstones were never really important, nor was the war. They were just flurfulous detail to sit down and build the world just a tiny bit. Hi. Hold up. I just heard the fucking title and I'm stupid. Where Shadows Lie.
What do you mean?
I hadn't put it in the session note yet.
Well, there you go. You now have that. Let me open my monster manual. I think it's gonna be relevant
Ah,
pretty early on.
got it.
Let me get the combat music ready.
I love
What
the
song are you gonna
assumption.
put for the combat?
I love the assumption of combat, despite the fact that you guys talked to my mummy.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I can. I joked about it pre-session. I don't think I could charisma my way out of a dragon attacking, especially if by the time we get to the upper deck, he's already been attacked by the crew. I don't think I've got enough gold in my pocket to do that.
You talked your way out of the undead living in your basement.
I then performed a ritual with him.
A demonic ritual with someone in your body being someone very uncomfortable.
To
That
be
was
fair, we
good.
didn't know.
Yeah, no. I just loved it.
Alright.
I loved how everyone reacted to that as well when it happened. Everyone was just like, "Oh God, what is he doing? Why is he going
Yeah.
in his backyard?"
He
Other
comes
people
in.
had to come put it out.
He goes, okay, cool. We should be safer during this trek. First thing we see, dragon attack. Feyre disapproved.
Oh yeah, that's true. Vera's like, "You dare worship other people. You dare." What, you like my hoe ass sister more than me now?
I forgot a little bit that they fight. Not gonna lie.
Goliath just likes his family to have issues, much like his races he's created.
Well, if everybody was perfect, they'd all be hot dogs. Or pork chops. Yeah, if everybody was perfect, they'd all be pork chops.
Shout out to all the people who don't like pork chops.
Not every pork chop can be a pork chop. Sometimes it's gotta be a hot dog.
Oh, is that wait, is that from Steven Universe or something?
Yep.
Yep.
Kind of sounds like a
Every
Steven
minute.
Universe quote, speaking as someone who didn't watch the show.
I used to be really into it.
Okay.
I hate you,
Guys,
Nova.
gals, non-binary pals, is everyone ready?
Yep, tell me when I
I'm
have to
ready.
hit the
Back up
fucking
character.
combat music.
You will know when you take damage. Anyway.
I've already taken damage. Counterpoint, I win.
Not this session. Unless you would like me to start by giving you damage.
Please, no dungeon mommy.
Tempt me.
Please, no Val.
Please,
Don't
no,
hurt
Val.
me. I'm not Jadric. I'm Aldrich. We're different people.
I would never hurt him. I would just give him a point of exhaustion.
You have done that, yes.
Yeah, I have done that in the past. I kid, but it's just imagine those memes where it's like the male character in a relationship being really confused at how they ended up being the one getting pregnant, and that's
Excuse me? I've never seen that.
I've seen that.
no,
Oh
yeah.
my god.
Smack gets it.
That's crazy.
Insert MPEG meme here. Alright, let's begin. I love starting sessions with MPEG. So, you're all below deck when you hear a call for a dragon. I believe you're in the mess area, so you're 2 floors. Yeah, I go up 2 sets of stairs to get to the top. What do you all do?
I would like to real quick ask what kind of general knowledge we would have on dragons in this universe.
Shadow dragons exist, imp.
Yeah, but I just want to know in general about
Your
dragons.
buddies kind of look like them. No, yeah, that's a fair question. Give me a history check. It's a low DC.
Okay,
Can
cool.
I
Just to see what your brain comes up with. You can also roll if you would like.
can I roll with advantage because Draconis?
Are you saying all dragonborn
Wow.
are just like dragons?
I'm saying that, you
That's
know,
kind of stereotyping.
I'm saying that, you know, there might be a connection.
You can roll.
Okay. Okay, that's not bad. 17 plus 1 for history.
Thank God that you got a positive.
I like how he
Oh.
says 17 plus 1, not bad, despite the fact that I literally said it's a low DC. Oh, 17, not bad.
Look, my brain hears low DC and my brain goes, I have to hit at least a 12.
Well, Spirit, I got it too.
It's ironic, because Aramis, like, gotta be honest, you must be still dealing with morning brain fog or something. You know, your sleep was disturbed. You woke up early, you know, maybe it was a little earlier than you expected to be up, and you're still disheveled from, well, the flying.
Mhm.
You're probably not as well rested as you could be. And your main thought is, dragons can fly. Dragons are big. Fuck. You do. I will generally give you that. In the world of Illia, much like in the world of D&D, there's no difference between different colors of Dragonborn beyond what sort of breath weapon they typically have. But with dragons, the old rule of chromatic dragons tending to be more evil and metallic dragons tending to be more good does also come into play here. Though there are some other breeds of dragons as well. Aldrich, I would say that with your higher role, not only do you know all of that general knowledge, but you would actually know a bit about dragons depending on which type it is. Now, obviously you don't see it yet, so none of it necessarily springs out to you on how specific dragons act. But because of how well you rolled, I will answer questions about what you know on the dragon when you see it. Because you did roll high enough to be like, oh, it's this type of dragon.
Can I ask a
So,
question
more specific
prior to
knowledge.
seeing it? If it's
Sure,
vague
if
enough.
you would like something.
Can I know what kind of dragons are commonly seen on this side of the nation? Country?
So-
World?
The flat disc.
The flat disc.
Yeah, I'm like my brain had it, and it was like, wait a minute, I don't know if we're in a globe or like if there's so I just went
Aldrich believes in a flat earth. Flat Illia.
Wow.
Guys, you can't sail too far. You're gonna fall off of Illia. Cast into the depths below. Okay, so you're basically asking what dragons would be more naturally seen in this region specifically.
Yeah. If that's high enough to sit down and get it. If not,
No, yeah, I would say. Let me check a few things, because I do know some that immediately come to mind, but I just want to make sure. Obviously, some that come to mind are the fact that you are in a mountainous region, and some dragons do tend to be more towards mountains than others. Silver dragons are one that tend to live in seclusion around mountains, and particularly ancient ruins or spires are places that they would love to live, as they have a slight obsession with human culture and things of the like, or just humanoid culture, I should say. Not everything that walks on two legs is a human, as this entire party kind of proves. You would also know that white dragons, being a colder temperament of dragon, also tend to be in very similar places, especially the further north you go, and along the Dragonspine Mountains themselves, because they like the colder climate.
We gotta get my home.
You, of course, know there are a handful of dragons that live just about anywhere. Shadow dragons, of course, more or less be found all over, as they're technically corrupted in some sort of way. They tend to be from other types of dragons. That's why you can see them anywhere. I would say a black dragon wouldn't be out of place here. And technically, let me make sure I get the metallic equivalent as a blue dragon, simply because it would tend to be closer to the coast, wouldn't be that surprising to see here. Because on foot, you're a good ways away from the coast. In air, you're not that far.
fair
It's a
enough.
few days, but you're not that far. So
Fair enough.
coastal dragons could also be seen here, whether it's a blue dragon, possibly even is it bronze dragon? That was the one I was trying to think of. Possibly even a bronze dragon, because they can sometimes be around the same places. You don't think you would see a green dragon or a copper dragon, some of the ones that might be more towards deserts. This area is probably too populated for gold dragons, which tend to be more isolationist. And technically, dragon turtles also exist, but you don't think this would be one of them, as they can't fly. And, in fact, live underwater, because they are turtles.
Okay, all of that's written down.
Satisfy your...
That satisfies more than anything. Recalling,
That doesn't
recalling,
cover all dragons, but that does cover a lot of the major ones that would come to mind
Oh,
with
yeah.
that role.
recalling all of this information. Aramis was sitting across from me, right?
Yeah, I think so. It was something like that.
I remember I launched
grid.
grits at her, so I assumed she was.
Yeah. She's
Yeah,
either
I think I
across
was
from
sitting
you
across
or
from
like diagonal. Something like that.
Aramis, you're gonna see Aldrich, who's normally pretty full of color, turn pink because he's getting pale in the face. I swear, Aramis, if it's a fucking shadow dragon, we're all fucking dead, Aramis. It could
Without the bravado.
Bravado, wonderful. I love flying. This is great. Shadow Dragon, scary. Eat people. Go hum. Realistically, it could be yeah, maybe a silver, maybe a blue, maybe even a black.
Well, we won't know until we see it, and she's gonna get up and go start making her way to the top. Uh I think putting on this exterior of like, hell yeah, let's go see a dragon. But I think the moment that she gets to the entrance to the deck of the
top.
ship, yeah, she's going to like freeze before going out there.
Aldrich will check his entire pack, making sure that he has everything, and go, fuck, we're going to die, and walk with them.
Aldrich is wishing he had a parachute so he could already jump ship.
What? No, never. Does the jump spell stop me from fall damage?
Technically, as you go up, Aldrich, you also think, it could be a Draco Lich.
Oh,
Wonderful. I want to die.
Those live anyway, 'cause they're dead. They don't care about dying. I would say, Aramis, as you get to the deck, you have your moment of just like freezing. It's not only is there a dragon, but also you hate the deck. You hate everything about it since you got here. And the Countess just comes beside you, pulling out her rapier. Let us face it together. And she heads out onto the deck.
From the doorway, and was just call it. I will stay right here for backup. Just let me know what you see.
can I follow her out?
Yeah, by all means.
I'm gonna follow her out.
Aldrich, you reach
Got
the
my shield ready.
bottom. You reach the bottom of the way up, and Aramis is waiting.
Oh, thank you.
I'm going to grab Aramis by the scruff of her neck and walk out with her.
Are you contesting this, Aramis?
She's going to be holding on to like the frame with all of her strength. So yes, I would say contesting it.
All right, strength rolls.
Hell yeah.
I didn't do a roll for the session, so hopefully that 17 says something.
No one did.
Oh,
Nope,
I got a good
we
roll
forgot.
actually.
Ooh.
Please don't tell me you got a nat 20.
No, I didn't. But I don't. When you said I got a good roll, I felt bad.
Oh, mine was 16 plus 3.
And just barely. One could say, by the scruff of her neck, Aramis is refusing to go to the surface of this ship.
Aramis, don't make me pop the Hill Giant Strength Potion I have. Let's go. We gotta protect the ship.
She's going to look over her shoulder at you with a furious face, and I'm going to activate Giant's Might so I can become large.
Oh my.
And I am still holding onto the door frame.
Congrats! We've officially broken part of the ship.
Aramis begins to grow. And at this point, she's going so big that it's beginning to be difficult for her to fit in the doorway to begin with. And the
Aramis,
ship notably dips.
Aramis, stop the air. That'll kill us faster than you walking out there. Please stop, Aramis.
Looking over my shoulder, what? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
At this point, you can also hear people in the deck underneath you getting the ballistas and various equipment that are below deck ready and pointed out.
Looking over my shoulder, I would say that she's outside on the deck, but her arm is kind of like wrapped around inside the door frame. What do I see looking out into the open sky?
roll me, and Marmalade, you can also roll this if you would like, as you went to the surface. A perception check.
Heck yeah. It's a
Oh,
I'm
+4.
getting lots of rolls early this session.
Aldrich's
Hell
currently
yeah.
blocked by a beefy Aramis.
Yeah, you couldn't get past her if you tried at this point.
Ooh.
Did I take Misty Step?
Creepers.
No.
I got a.
Also, for the record, casting Jump and jumping off this ship, Aldrich would in fact kill you. It would be like using the flying scroll in Morrowind.
I
Just
don't
jump really high.
remember that. I hate it. But I think I know what you mean.
It was a scroll that just multiplied your jump to an insane amount.
Oh,
so you would basically
right.
jump to the skybox and then slowly fall to your death.
I have more memories of skooma glitching in Oblivion, which, by the way, that's getting a remaster.
I did hear that.
So fucking excited.
I wonder if whoever is working on Sky Oblivion is really upset by that.
I would hope they'd be excited, to be honest, but yeah. I'm hoping they use an
Okay.
actually new engine.
Both of you, 14 and an 18, you're able to see that, sure enough, it's still small in the distance. Of course, as being at this height, you can see things from fairly far away, and it was likely the lookout that first spotted it. But it is gaining on the ship, as if heading this direction. A dragon in the distance. It's hard to make out its size from where you're at, as well as exactly what color it is, but it does appear to be a lighter color. And it is
A
coming
lighter
towards you.
color.
Yes, because it still seems bright on the sky.
Is there anyone I see in the general vicinity who may have like a telescope or something?
It does almost blend in a little with the sky, so if that's any.
Oh. Oh, that could be a silver, white, or blue.
Yeah, leaning that way. Something that would match the colors of the morning sky. Now you asked if you know that anyone has a telescope?
Yeah, no, just if anyone in the vicinity, if I see anyone that's got one.
Oh, okay. You're able to see that there are 3 people currently looking at it with a telescope, with different telescopes.
Okay.
And
Can I rush
they
over?
are the lookout, all the way up on top of the mast,
Yeah.
the captain herself, and another member of the crew.
Who would be closest to me?
The closest one to you is the other member of the crew who you haven't interacted with. They appear to be a water genasi.
I rush over and I kind of like just hug to grab their attention because I am short as fuck.
You hug to get attention. Is that what did I hear that correctly?
I
Tug.
tug.
Oh. Okay.
Just go and randomly hug a stranger.
Yeah, just
I would.
east. Oh yeah. Okay. Let me go up to my description. The gentleman that you go up to, he is actually, to a certain extent, finely dressed. A light blue water genasi. He has about chin length hair, very finely taken care of, clearly. And an overall well-dressed appearance. His left ear has 3 piercings in it, all different silver rings sitting in him. And he has a couple of rings and necklaces as well, seemingly keeping up with the old tradition of wearing most of your wealth. And his telescope is relatively plain in comparison, just a black telescope that he is holding. And he turns and looks at you. Yes?
You wouldn't happen to know what it is, right?
He squints back into the telescope. Fast. And getting closer. And
The temptation.
what's that?
I was so tempted to go, no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, he does not seem to know too much about dragons. He must have rolled similarly to Aramis. Maybe he didn't pay attention in school either. At this point, Aldrich, you are joined, actually, down below underneath Aramis by the older dwarven man that you've been, to a certain extent, getting to know.
Saltbeard, do you think you can help me push her out of the way?
Saltbeard. What are you doing? I need to get up there.
I do too. Do you think you can help me push her out of the way? She's kind of frozen in fear and large now.
I'm not in the doorway.
You are?
I thought you said you were holding on to it and peeking out.
No, I said I was on the outside of the deck, and I have one arm wrapped inside, so I'm not in the
So
way
you
of the
have
door.
moved now.
Yeah,
Okay.
when I cast
Okay.
large, yeah.
Saltbeard comes up onto the deck.
Then I will.
Alright, where is it?
Yeah, I'll change what I do. I'll just follow him behind and you know, listen to his orders.
It's just on the horizon, sir. Ah, Danlin. Glad to see you up here. Give me that telescope. You don't know what you're doing. How? At this point, Saltbeard just looks at him incredulously. Tell me one thing about dragons that would make me feel like you should still be holding.
And don't say that they like gold.
Do they not?
Aldrich's going to look offended.
The man who constantly has no gold. At this point, he turns a slightly lighter blue in the face and hands over his telescope before walking to the side.
On the deck of the ship, are there also more cannons and ballista, or is that only below?
There are, on each side, two smaller ones, but they don't look as big as the ones that were below.
Okay.
But yes, there are. Saltbeard pulling it out. Ah! Feyr's good luck. That looks like a silver dragon, which would mean we're in good shape. They're usually rather social. Unless it's a white dragon and I'm just misseeing it. Then, well, it's not that much more complex than an animal and thinks that we are competition or prey and will attack us either way.
Saltbeard, may I take a look, please?
Well, if you ask. And he hands over the telescope that isn't his to begin with.
Fair enough. Can I look through it? And try and discern what kind of dragon it is?
And since you did roll so well on your history check, the information will be able to come to you. But give me a perception check, as those two colors are very close together, and it's not that close yet.
God, do me some good. God did me some good. 14 plus 3.
Okay, yeah, that is good enough. You think? Because, of course, a white dragon would be paler, whereas a silver dragon should have a little bit of a shine to it. That this should be a silver dragon.
Aldrich, with all the confidence of a dragon, will say silver.
Now that it's starting to get closer, you realize that this is big. Maybe bigger than the ship.
I will relay that information as I'm in real time.
Hang on, I'm checking my inventory for something. I'm going to. I believe I cut some of my rope, so I think I have 40 feet of rope. I'm going to tie it around my waist and then tie it to something sturdy, and then just slowly walk up to my friends. It's like someone who's barely learning to walk again.
Do you
This
tie it to
truly
like
is
the
should have planned.
mast?
Yeah, probably. So what? This means we don't have to fight it.
Maybe
Well,
not. Higher likelihood we won't, at least.
at the very least, it's a higher likelihood of us being able to reason with it. Not
So
a
what do you?
guarantee that it's of good temperament, but
Do you give it like a gift? Like what do we do here to make it know that we are not prey or an enemy?
Aldrich is going to step forward towards the banister. About how far away is it?
hard to judge the exact distance. But you'd say it's still like, in terms of time, it flying to you guys, it's still like 3 or 5 minutes out.
How would my voice at full strength be able to reach it?
I would say with your history knowledge, you would know that dragons have very high senses, so probably, even with that distance.
Okay. Then at full strength, like booming my voice out in Draconic, I'll say, "Hail, cousin!"
While you're saying that, Saltbeard just casually turns to Aramis. This is why it's always good to have a dragonborn on a ship. If that ship flies. Much
We're
like how
lucky
you
to have
always
two.
much like how you always have a water genasi.
She's going to look at Danlin. I think you are in the wrong profession.
We still go to the water. Besides, the ship also has an air genasi.
Oh, then we should be fine.
Saltbeard just looks back at you. We covered our bases. Love how sailors get about random beliefs.
All their superstitions.
Yeah. Very superstitious lot. Sailors.
Can I go ahead and say, we mean you no harm in Draconic, and ask the dragon to or tell the dragon that is significantly larger than our ship to just come up beside it.
You hear a booming voice in return. In common. I know you mean no harm. You could not harm me if you tried.
He sounds nice.
It almost feel like Aramis would almost feel like actually saying that.
Fair
How do you
enough.
respond?
Fair enough, great one. What is your business with us? How may we assist you?
This point, the gargantuan-sized dragon is reaching you. This mighty silver dragon easily looks ancient. You have no idea how old this dragon is. With the fact that dragons live so long, dragon has probably seen ages.
It's like right
Hundreds
up
of
next to our
years
ship.
old? Definitely. Thousands of years old? Maybe. And yes, it is at this point next to the ship, and it is bigger. Even with the fact that the ship cuts down magically on things like wind resistance that you might feel on the deck and everything, you feel the beat of its wings as it sort of goes around the ship, showcasing the fact that even if it is bigger than you, it is also faster than you.
I'm glad that I am tied down. It speaks common.
Does
Yeah.
Saltbeard slaps Amos on the shoulder. It's always good to go down with the ship.
um, my last response would have been in common, by the way. Realizing that it spoke common also.
At this point, the dragon begins to glow in almost blinding light all over. And that blinding light beams to the surface of the ship. And suddenly, there is what appears to be a human man standing on the deck. Except for the fact that his silver hair and beard, he's just chiseled levels of muscular and standing like 7'5", which is not normal for a human. That does appear to be what he looks like.
Is he naked?
No.
Look, I had to ask.
Appear to be wearing clothes.
How hot is he?
I mean, did you hear the first parts of the descriptions I've gone through? He is daddy. And almost immediately, Saltbeard goes, Zraxathar! Why didn't you just say something?
Aldrich will drop to one knee and bow.
Oh, so you're all old chums here, I guess.
See, yes, Zraxathar here. Oh, would you like to introduce yourself? I hate to interject. Ah, it is fine. I am Zraxathar Denbizar. I've known this ship for... How long has it been? I always forget how many years go by. You last saw us about a century ago. Not much of the same crew is still here. Beyond, of course, myself. So you must have new stories. Wonderful. And why is this one inspecting the floor?
Uh, sorry, sir. I just wanted to show you the respect that you deserve.
Ah, the kiss up. You must be new to the crew.
Uh, not the crew. We're actually on our way to Starhaven. But, I've been helping the crew, so yes, maybe?
Ah, Starhaven. Elves are long-lived. Does Cadlena still rule there? Aye, she does. Ah, good to hear that. So what is bringing you to the Elven capital? Oh, one of them, I suppose.
Is he talking to me?
He appears to be just talking to the group. He's kind of looking between everyone. He's kind of taking you all in.
Aldrich will just simply state, I'm on a mission for the Prince of, Freetown.
Ooh, secretive. It's at this point he notices one peculiar fact about Aramis. Why is this one tied to the ship? Did you do something wrong?
Yes, I boarded this ship to begin with. My name is Aramis, agent. It is a pleasure to meet you.
I boarded the ship to begin with.
That is amazing. I love that line. I need to start tracking quotes. What did this ship to begin with? But this
Thank-
ship is such a wonderful relic. I remember when there used to be more of them. The skies are less crowded these days.
I just think that many of us mortals are not meant to fly.
I wished I was more like my cousins and had wings, so I don't share the same thoughts.
But there are many wonderful things to do on the ground. After all, I can only do this, and he just sort of gestures to himself for so long. And I would
So
tend to be rather large.
how long can you stay in this for?
If I just decided to do it as long as it's comfortable in this form, I could more or less stay this way for a few days. If I did it even past the point of it feeling uncomfortable, a few weeks.
Oh, that's good to know. I was worried that, like, you might have gone down below deck and suddenly you lost track of time, and boom, we explode, and all that is left is you.
Wow.
He just laughs like, ha ha ha, that would be the case.
We were just having breakfast. Would you like to join us? The grits are amazing. I have no clue what they were, but they're amazing.
I would love to catch up with the ship and this crew. Tell me, Saltbeard, who is the captain now? At this point, from above near the wheel. I am Glory Callista. It is wonderful to meet you, Captain. And I would not take the liberty of entering your ship without asking permission. Well, you've already come aboard. But that is easier for conversation. Besides, the ballistas below were making me nervous. Hate to break a scale. You may, so long as you're not causing any disruptions. And with that, he bows deeply to the captain before turning to the rest of you again. Well, my, as you put it, cousin, lead on.
Ooh. Aldrich is going to stand up and, like, very proudly, looking as proud as possible, lead the way down below. Kind of assuming that, you know, the ship hasn't changed much. Not really guiding, but heading towards the mess hall.
If you think that if Aldrich had feathers, they would be, like, completely fluffed out right now. Like a peacock.
Aldrich is barely not skipping. Like, there's true energy and excitement in him, but he's trying not to sit down and show it.
This leg of the trip is like the best week of Aldrich's life.
Old man cruise, I'm telling you.
It might genuinely
Oh
be.
man, cruise.
It might genuinely
Oh,
be
man.
the best week of his life, to be honest.
Aramis is gonna lead down to Marmalade and say, "So is it just like a dragonborn thing that like their ancestors do it too? Everybody just bows like that?"
I suppose so. Most are very polite.
And from
And
then
then-
on, Aramis stereotyped all dragon creatures.
Aramis starts bowing at dragons.
Yeah. And then she's gonna go and try to follow, get to that horrible pain of the rope tied around her, pulling her back, get yanked backward, and then remember, untie it, and then follow.
You're giant still.
It was only a minute.
Oh,
Yeah.
still fear.
All for the bit. I did it all for the bit.
All for the dick!
Aldrich will head probably to the kitchen and get some of the best looking bacon and grits that he can find in it for our guest.
Best in air quotes.
Look, if I have to roll investigation to find what looks to be the best cut of something, like almost like it should have been the captain's meal, I will.
No, I just said that because everyone shit on me for liking grits in the last session.
So badly that they are eating scones.
The grits are wonderful.
Sure enough, you present him with the food, and he does take it. Begin eating. You don't know what level of sustenance he gains from it, but he is eating it. So, you said we when you said you were on a mission. How many of you are off doing this kingly quest? How may I refer to
Kingsley.
you all?
We're well. Last time we announced ourselves, one of us was sad, but we're the Flames of Unity, and Aldrich will kind of go.
I love it.
I do too. I thought it was great. And Aldrich will point to Aramis and Marmalade and Vidania. Her maybe to the lesser extent. That's Cynthia. Cynthia Galanor. Look.
Oh, well, Galanor, but close enough.
Yeah, it's like I remember it to an extent. She's still Vidania in my head.
Yeah, that's why you would
She's Vidania
state
to all
it
of us.
confusedly in character.
We're heading to Starhaven because of well, would I know how fast news kind of travels?
It depends on the news. Word can travel relatively fast, but if you mean that, would this dragon know what happened in Timber Grove? Probably not.
Okay.
Because most dragons, on average, especially when they're ancient, become a little isolated.
Um,
Not always on purpose, but what is time to a being that lives centuries and centuries?
okay, then I know how I'll tackle this. We're traveling in regards to a matter that sprouted up back when the Attican Empire was around, and seems to have tried to rear its head again.
I remember the Atticans. I fought in a small part of that war.
Aldrich's going to look really excited. Did you fight a shadow dragon?
He does that thing where he slightly gets that like chill down his spine. I'm just, ugh, do not speak of those things.
Oh, my apologies. I had never heard of them before doing research in regards to our mission, and was both excited and terrified of them.
Yes, they are dragons that were corrupted by the now dead Attican god. And no, I did not happen to fight one. I did fight some of my brethren, but dragons weren't very involved in that war.
I have heard
After all, even the chromatic dragons did not appreciate the creation of the shadow dragons. We are Vela's children, not anyone else's.
And what made you participate in the war? Was it just on behalf of Vera herself?
No. Vela did not care about the goings on of that war. But, I went into the war towards the end of it because I felt that the younger mortal races were going to get themselves all killed during it, and I did not want to see that happen. I aided Catalina for a short time. I wouldn't even say I had that large of an involvement, but I did my part. And now, I will continue to watch how things develop. I was originally heading towards Timber Grove to see how things were going. I haven't seen that city since it was besieged during the war. I wonder how it is now.
Not great.
Could be better.
Disappointing.
Well,
Maybe I'll burn it to the ground.
well, please.
Okay, well, let's take it easy there.
I officially have a house there. Please, no. I finally have a place in this world.
Haha, that was a joke.
Aldrich's panicked.
Besides, I can't burn things. I don't breathe fire.
Fair. You know what? I have a spare key, yes? My house?
If you took both keys with you.
I would assume I would
Swear to
have.
Then yes.
I would procure the small key.
Granted, that also means that no one can get into your house, and no one can give the mummy his books.
They'll probably be in the mailbox. I would procure the small key. If you, it's small and quaint, but you know, if you would like, when you do make it there, you can rest at my house.
Oh, wonderful. I do prefer to be incognito.
And Aldrich will give the spare key to Zaraxathor.
How very kind of you. And he sort of reaches into his long coat. Says, here, I'll give you a bit of rent for the couple of nights that I will use it. And he hands you a very weighted sack.
Oh God. Thank you. Thank you. That's more than generous. I will warn you. There is a mummy living in the basement. He was a worshipper of Valora.
How quaint.
Um,
That should be an interesting conversation.
you
But
could
of course,
probably.
there are already two of Valora's creations here on this ship, so. I
I'm.
sensed them while I was approaching. That's the whole reason I broke off.
Um. Aldrich's eyes are going to glance around the mess hall, like he's starting to realize the consequences of what he might have done. um. Well, yes. And he'll take the sack and tuck it away somewhere.
It's got some weight to it.
Yeah.
You hear the jingling inside of it.
Yep, I do. I'll count it later. You must have a fair few stories. And I'll just say that and leave it off because I have no clue how to tackle this at this point.
You're just like, oh my gosh, I have an ancient, powerful being sitting in front of me. I have stories. What about you? You sound like a group of adventurers. Am I right? And he grins at you all. It's probably meant to look very friendly and inviting. His teeth, even in his human form, are still very sharp.
When Erebus sees that, she's gonna say, "Before we get to sharing stories, I just forgive me, but I am very curious. When you are not in this form, what do you eat?"
Are you asking about my diet?
Aldrich is now
Yes,
going to look.
because you are such a
A
giant
large
dragon.
being?
Like, yes. So what other you can't be vegetarian. Like, what are you jumping on trees, or do you like eat other larger creatures? This is so fascinating to me.
I do not eat trees like broccoli, if that is what you might be wondering. Granted, in my current form, I don't mind cooked vegetables or things like that, but when I'm much larger, they don't really do anything for me. At least, I have to eat an absurd amount for it to do something. No, I either hunt wild creatures, hunt certain decent-sized monsters, or the occasional livestock.
I think she's just imagining the amount of sheep this guy has to eat to feel full.
Luckily, we sleep a great deal, and dragons are admittedly a bit lethargic. There's a reason we don't get very involved in things, because, as you pointed out, we're very large, and the more energy we exert, the more we have to eat. And I would prefer not to eat things that are too intelligent. That would be unfortunate. After all, you can't protect yourself against
So you said.
them.
She had asked us for. He had asked us for stories. Yeah.
Yes.
Um.
This is how your story is actually gonna end up getting spread. It's just a dragon going around to different cities talking about you all.
God, I'm trying to. I don't, because like I could go first, but I don't want to go first. This is the thing.
This is an old man who hasn't seen society in a while. That's just like, oh, what are the kids up to these days?
Yeah.
It should be noted,
Um,
in his human form, he doesn't look particularly old. Like, his silver hair doesn't look gray. It looks silver.
He looks like a fox.
He's a dilf.
Mm.
Actually, our friend here, Aldrich, was on a particular quest to find a sort of enchanted book. You see that when you read it, you feel all of the effects that are happening to the main
No,
character
no,
of the
no,
story.
no,
And
no.
I just need you to understand really quick that the
No,
god
I'm going to
himself
cover.
that's
I'm going to
putting on these
cover
spreads
Aramis's mouth.
just has a thing. Just has a thing for Dragonborn.
I'm going to
I love that
fucking
you
cover
covered
his
your
mouth.
own mouth at one point while
Yeah, I
speaking
wanted to
like
be
it was
clear.
happening. Imp, give yourself a point of inspiration.
Yes!
I want you for that. I like the role playing just off of what Smaug added.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Humbling mid.
I don't think that, and apologies for being presumptuous, but I don't think that Zaraxathor was asking for those kind of stories.
It sounds hilarious.
Oh, trust me, you should have seen the look on and she's obviously lying because she wasn't there.
Because she
You should
wasn't
have
there.
seen the look on his face. Just you had to be there.
Nearby, Cynthia's doing that thing where she has to like cover her mouth because she was taking a drink. And she was there. And honestly, it's an accurate description. You'd think Aramis was there.
Well, hi. Oh God. Obviously, I'm Aldrich. And Aldrich will kind of like lean back. Aldrich Stormborn. I'm. Well, what specific kind of story would you like about my life, sir?
Oh, any what is a story that makes you you?
Well, I was abandoned
He's not
by.
asking just for any story. He's asking for backstory.
Well, I was abandoned by my father. I
He
grew
likes
up.
people lore.
I grew up in a monastery. Didn't really listen well to my now I'm discovering adopted father. Gambled away one of our sacred artifacts and was exiled from the monastery at the age of 18. I'm 39 now.
So young.
Yes. I wish you could convince these two that I am not an old man, but you know, obviously we age different than them.
He looks at you, Aldrich, and says, "You don't look a day over 470 food."
Whoa.
Thank you, cousin.
You know, this guy looks at you all as living in cat years, dog years, maybe.
I guess past my exile, I stayed on Draconis for a while with and helped a party. with various odd jobs that stabbed me in the back.
Models can be like that, all the joys and pains of the young races.
Yeah. I wish they were sturdier. Because the next party I had died to an owlbear.
Oh, I think that was one of my last meals.
Hopefully it was the same one. Those goblin boys didn't deserve the death that they got. We were just trying to help a local farm.
Yes, as the old saying goes, there's always something bigger.
But you know what they also say, third time's the charm, so instead of isolating more, I'm with these knuckleheads.
Instead, you're traveling with one of the northern folk. He gestures a hand to Marmalade. A attractive young hobgoblin warrioress. And major nobility. And he gestures to Cynthia.
Yeah, kind of a group that I got myself engaged with.
Cynthia says there's also technically another member of our group right now who's minor nobility. Well, you do have quite the illustrious crew.
We are trying to prevent something like the War of Ashes from happening again. That is the point of us all journeying together.
Yes, that was what everyone was trying to do once the war ended. His appearance becomes a little distant as he thinks back. That was a long war. It really hits home the meaning of him saying it was a long war.
Mhm. But yes, we did have quite a number of escapades within 3 towns. We took on a small group of gnolls from
Nasty
terrorizing
creatures.
a farm. You know, I kind of thought that, but one of them, he did seem a little endearing. I felt really bad that we had to kill him. Terrible fisherman.
Very bad
we
fisherman.
we infiltrated a brothel. Okay, and it was undercover. It was
Is
just
infiltrated an innuendo?
not with us. Uh, but we did infiltrate it. One of our other allies who did not join us. She managed to explode the head of the previous owner, who was not treating his workers well. Let's just put it there.
Barely
Uh, they-
paying them, sadly.
And now you're looking at the new owner, and she's gonna gesture towards Aldrich.
Aldrich's going to kind of like blush a little bit and then wave. Yes, yes. I wanted those men and women to have an actual good job and not, well, be treated the way they were being treated.
Well, then hopefully the payment I gave you will help you do that.
I very much appreciate it. It will go a long ways to helping them. Still having not counted it, just assuming.
Just assuming it must be a lot.
Heavy.
Yeah, it is heavy. Well,
Um,
it's heavy rocks.
I'm so sorry. I'll be right back. I need to let my dogs out.
Sure thing.
I guess another thing we got up to in Three Town is we accidentally escorted an Attican Bloodstone into the city and turned it over.
A bloodstone.
Yes, sir. I, upon researching what it was, went, no, we're not trading this to a shady man who wants it, and turned it over to the government. I don't know if that's entirely correct, but I'm going to say it as if it was, because I don't remember. It's like, I think I turned it over and then researched it.
Yes, technically.
Yeah. But, I'll say it as if it's correct.
You turned it over, and then you went to Tempests.
Yeah.
That's what you...
We ended up procuring a dupe of it with the great thanks of a Baron Tempest. And ended up giving it to the man who wanted it in exchange for us almost dying. Never got paid for that.
Well, good deeds should never go unpaid.
I
And with that,
agree.
he pulls out a smaller sack and places it on the table in front of you.
Oh,
He's as bad as you.
this is far too gracious. I'm going to peek into it and see what's in it.
When you look into the smaller one, you see probably around 15 more platinum coins.
Wonderful. I'll I thank you, but technically I was paid. It was just not payment. The prince, well, you have the key to the spare key to the house that the prince gave because of how well we did.
And it was a house that leads to a undead devil worshipper.
He's an all right guy, a little crass, but he the prince didn't know he was down there. And the mirror down there actually is very useful.
Mirror?
Oh, yes, sir. There's a mirror down there that in the basement that at least showed me that I was adopted by the monk who raised me, because my father left me on his doorstep as an egg and then teleported away.
Teleportation magic, that is. Must have been a powerful man.
I
Not a very good father figure.
So he said something about hopefully they don't find me, but I don't know what that might mean.
Intriguing! So you stepped through a blood mirror.
A blood mirror? Is that what it was called?
And Cynthia, off to the side, kind of nods. That's what I assumed it was, but I've never seen one before. Yes, a blood mirror. And they can also be used as portals to hell itself, if adjusted properly. Aldrich aghast.
Me over
Okay,
here
sorry, I'm
like,
back.
oh, this is fascinating. I'm writing this down. Feel free to recap, Imp, while I'm taking notes.
Aldrich was continuing to fill in things to the dragon. Zaxathor actually ended up giving him another pouch. This one, Aldrich looked in, and it contains 15 platinum pieces. And it was lighter than the other one.
Like I said, this is
then-
oh, sorry.
I was still recapping.
Yep. Sorry, brain's now going forward and Yes.
So Axathor then pointed out that the object you all encountered in Aldrich's basement was a blood mirror, which Cynthia agreed with, though she wasn't originally sure. And he casually mentioned the fact that if you adjust those properly, they can also be used as a portal to hell.
Cute.
Wonderful.
I just typed in portal to cute. Portal to hell. Can we also real quick get a spelling of his name as well, please?
Yes,
Oh,
I've
yeah,
spelt
sure
it
thing.
four.
Oh.
I've spelt it 4 ways now.
I do use the old dragon adage of why are their names so hard to spell?
I
wonder
only
how
put
close
their.
I
I
am.
only put his last name once, and it was like, that's maybe it.
Alright, read it and weep. Who was closest?
I spelt it Zarxaxthor. And then the last name I spelled Dnzabor.
First attempt, I was off by 1 letter, just the O at the
Dang.
end. I put an A. Last name, not close at all. I put Denbazarr.
Aldrich is going to scoot the pouch back, as like I said, as gracious as a gift this is. You've already paid for
Aldrich
rent.
not want money?
But there's a clinic down in the Pine district.
Oh.
No, not Pine. Pine was the one we were in a lot. Birch was upper class if I remember correctly. Let me go check my notes.
I think
It
it is
was.
Oak. So yeah, in the Oak district, that could probably very graciously use this support.
Very well. And he takes his coinage back.
We've been
His
personal.
blood rises.
we've been personally trying to help them. In fact, that's kind of what led us to Aspire. A scene stone. We were trying to recover 2 boys. One sadly that didn't make it.
Well, goal half met is better than a failure.
I agree.
But still, you did well, it sounds like. After all, it's not every day that people can change anything with innocence. As much as you shorter-lived races wish, the world does not move very fast.
I do want to ask you too, since you have been around for quite some time. What are your thoughts on the prophecy of the rising child? If that is something you've heard of.
I might have read about it at some point. In my youth, I found prophecies interesting, but so few of them ever end up turning out true, and they almost always end up true in a different way than they interpreted it. After all, most of the people who wrote those prophecies weren't the sanest individuals. There was only one being that could talk with the stones without their sanity changing at all. And I don't know if they're still around.
Who is this being?
Let's see. My people refer to them as the Warden because they were involved in chaining Beva into the plane of fire. Your people are more correct about it. Did you say Aramis?
Yes.
Hobgoblins, I believe in your tongue, refer to them simply as the First. But, the Moon Elves, called Eternia, the first being created by the gods. Older than I, if still around. Some. They certainly never seem to age. The Seeing Stones were originally created to speak beyond dimensions, so that no matter where a god is, you could talk to them. But it turns out talking to someone through dimensions is a bit like talking to someone through a door who is underwater.
I take it you've tried?
No, admittedly, this is more so me speaking from things that I've read.
Right.
It's not very clear or precise. The crystals themselves can impart knowledge pretty well, and they have a very long memory. Although I've heard their psychic link can be a bit painful for some, and it's only possible for those with enough inner mana.
You mentioned something about it altering sanity. That were you talking about the stones specifically?
More so using them as a conduit to speak with the gods. That function never worked properly. That's why a lot of the people who wrote those prophecies were, well, I won't speak unkindly of the dead.
Aldrich will look over at Cynthia. Are you feeling fine since interacting with the stone?
I didn't see a prophecy, Aldrich. If anything, I saw the past.
Still looking out
Then
for...
all you did was speak to the crystal itself. After all, like I said, they have very good memory.
Fair enough, I just was checking. I'd like to know if my companions have went insane and decided to stab me in the night, you know.
Roderick, we are all already insane.
After Aramis says that, there's a slight bit of turbulence.
Uh-oh.
But it
Like,
appears to be.
what was that?
I said, but it appears to be nothing.
Oh, okay. I was about to ask, like, what is the expression on the
quick
dragon
little
face?
hiccup. Oh, he's unbothered.
Yeah.
After all, if anything bad happens to the ship, he just grows his own wings and flies away.
Is there perhaps a Mrs. Denbizar?
Well, yeah. Not in this sense.
Oh my god, I almost choked. I went to eat some chips and swallow some water, and you said that shit. I was not ready.
Why else would an old dragon decide to suddenly mingle with the mortals again?
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Woo! Well, You've seem to know this ship a long time. Could you tell us some of the stories that you know of it?
I have known 5 of its captains.
5 of them.
Yes, the first captain of this vessel actually nursed a very, very hurt younger Zaxafor Denbazar. Admittedly, I wasn't even a wormling. I was a full-grown, adult, but young dragon. And I picked a fight with something bigger than me. Let's just put it that way. I was not the size I am now yet. The old
Sometimes it's
captain found me and nursed me back to health until my wing had healed enough for me to fly again. Since then, I have, from time to time, aided this ship. One could almost argue that this ship being involved in the war was a bigger proponent of me helping the war than anything else.
understandable. I assume
Well,
you try and make a habit of meeting each new captain.
this ship is an older relic than I am. I try to find out what the going-ons have been every now and then. Even in my older age, it is still good to keep up.
Respectably, sir, you look not that old, although obviously, like I said earlier, we aged differently. I wouldn't put
But you're
you.
forgetting, I chose to look like this. You think I would choose to look old?
I mean, even coming up on us, I got a good glimpse of you through the telescope. You've barely looked over 300 years old, sir.
You must not know dragons well enough then. 300-year-old dragon wouldn't be nearly that big.
Hmm. No, I've had very few encounters with them. Mostly just of us, Dragonborn. But I've heard stories. Um, the monk used to tell me them about our cousins, as he referred to you guys as. A lot going to bed and stories of great things that you guys have done.
Well, sadly, it is not all great things in our history. But I am glad to hear it. After all, the Draconic Civil War almost destroyed Illia. And is a big part of why we haven't been as involved in worldly events since.
Thank you for giving me more things that I want to research.
Would the Draconic Civil War be a well-known thing?
I
Civil,
would say
not silver. Gotcha.
the Draconic Civil War would be known widely. Even if you didn't study history per se, it's the same way that a lot of people know various historical wars. It was during. It arguably started when the Thonova Empire was at its height, and was a big reason for its then decline afterwards. The more evil leading dragons, led by Vera, made an attempt to take over the mortal world, rule over the material plane like God, among what they viewed as the lesser races, while the lesser numbered, quote unquote, good if you view it that way. I doubt Vela would agree. Dragons sided with the mortals and aided the Thornova Empire in maintaining its control. Dragons were in no way enslaved, but eventually, at the end of the war, the gods intervened and helped in trapping Vela in the plane of fire, which should be noted is not painful for a being such as her. They didn't trap her somewhere to torment her. They just simply put her in a timeout bin. Dragons haven't been very involved in world events since, though on occasion they have. And you probably know younger dragons tend to get a little more involved than older ones.
If I might ask, what of the Thornova Empire do you know? The mummy friend that is in the basement, he's of that time, but was shocked to hear that the Attican Empire rose up. I'm kind of
His name is
curious.
Garlic.
Garlock. No, don't call him garlic, he hates it. Garlock.
It's Sally all over again.
Who's that?
Aldrich is going to take another spoonful of his grits and launch it at Aramis.
Like two bickering children.
We got that sibling dynamic.
Bickering in front of Zaddy.
Zaddy!
You miss your sister yet?
Oh my god.
Zaddy, make me up some Zatarans.
Oh my gosh. Of course, he would find that confusing. The Attican Valley was, well, the small home of humanity, and where it eventually outstretched from. They were considered one of the lesser races. Finding out that an empire sprung up from it would be a little surprising, given that it was not much more than a collection of villages that far back. And, he will look at you, Aldrich. You have a very old undead.
Yes, he is. Very strange, very different than at least people nowadays.
Almost be refreshing.
If you count crass as refreshing, then yes.
Sorry about that.
I look forward to it. But I've taken you all's time for long enough. I must go speak with Saltbeard.
Understandable.
But by all means, I will probably spend some time longer on the ship. Should any of you need me, before I head on my way to the capital.
Oh,
With that, he gets up from the table.
before you go.
Do not be a stranger.
Okay, Aramis. Before you go, you mentioned that there were 2 presences of Laura here. What?
He gives
And what do you
Aramis an eyebrow raise. Well, of course, the tiefling captain would be one of them. Tieflings are a creation of Valora. And the other, interestingly enough, that I sensed was the human warrior that was on the surface of the ship with the rest of you.
Ah. Ah.
Can me and Aramis roll to like? Oh my gosh, really?
That just depends on if you feel like saying anything.
So she's who Saltbeard was referring to.
I think in this moment Aramis wouldn't say anything.
Lips sealed. Amos does that thing where she
That's so
zips up
funny.
her mouth.
Just imagine Aramis and Marmalade just being, "Oh my god, what? No."
Really?
Honestly, I'm just as shocked as Aldrich is. Don't be confused when I said specifically Aldrich.
Well, praise to Vera. Enjoy your stay. If I can get you anything, please say so.
You have done more than enough. You all have certainly piqued my interest. He says that, kind of eyeing Aramis with the last
She's definitely gonna make eyes back at him.
name.
Bruh, I hate it because I feel like I hate it because I feel like I see Aramis, or at least Aldrich might see Aramis like a little sister or a family member, you know? And that's just kind of ew.
Hey, Zaddy might become the brother-in-law.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Now, it turns out this guy is like the dragon version of Zeus. He just goes among the mortals every now and then to spread his seed around a bit.
Honestly, how else are you going to make more Dragonborn? I'm kidding. Well, I take it my prayer worked then.
Cynthia looks at you incredulously. You think you did this?
Well, I prayed to both Vera and Valora for safe travels, and, well, Dragon
Cynthia
didn't kill us.
And so the ship is free to whatever activities you guys decide to get up to for the rest of the day.
I want to count
You have
the large.
survived the unexpected guest.
I want to count the large sack of rent.
So you're gonna pull out what is in there.
Yes, I want to look through it.
That's money for your workers.
Inside your bag. Yeah.
This is S tier improv I'm hearing.
No, I have your award already.
Oh, wow.
Just said I misplaced something.
Oh, I didn't hear that. My bad.
Even if it was something improv, thanks for mocking, I guess.
No,
But it isn't.
I
So, he gave to you. Actually, I had a few possible things written down. You turned down one of them. No platinum coins for you. However, there are 2,000 gold pieces
Ooh.
in this sack that you've been handed. There are also 4 stones worth 50 gold pieces each. One of them is a jasper, and then 2 quartz, and a single onyx.
Jasper, 2 Jasper, 1 Quartz, 1 Onyx.
Yum.
No. 1 Jasper, 2 quartz.
1 Jasper, 2 Quartz.
There you go. And a diamond worth 5,000 gold pieces.
Above table. One of us dies.
Sorry, I'm dying now.
Inheritance.
I don't have
I
enough
like-
locks and keys.
Imp did the equivalent of the one Leonardo DiCaprio meme where he's like pointing.
Yeah, snapping his finger.
Mhm.
In the meantime, Aramis is going to work out on the deck of the ship, not only to face her fears, but also to get in her exercises because she wants to prove Uldric wrong that she does have a regiment.
And she hopes that this old dragon man dies so while doing it.
Oh hell yeah! A lot of push-ups and pull-ups in full armor, and then just picking up cannonballs and doing squats.
Goodness, at this I am. As hopes a couple people are watching him.
Here's a question. Should I add a pouch to my backpack?
If you'd like to write that down, yeah.
Okay.
Don't think Santa's sack, but it's smaller than a little hand. I mean, it's bigger than a little hand pouch.
Yeah, it's like my brain thought of it like almost backpack sized.
Maybe a small backpack.
Kids backpack sized. Got it.
Yeah. It's almost like a gym bag, actually.
Okay. I'll obviously add my gold to that gold and my platinum to the you know.
Yeah. Write it all down. You're no longer poor again. I'm
For
sure
now.
you will change that. He's not going to sell any of these stones. He's just going to give them away slowly.
What? No. I would never do something like that.
His palms are sweating.
I'll figure out what I'll do on the ship for the day. Marmalade Ghost and Zeramis already figured out.
What would Marmalade like to do for the day?
Marmalade. I've investigated the ship.
That you have. There are no.
I guess I want to go meet some of the crew. I just want to go meet some of the crew.
Interact with some of the crew.
Yeah. Maybe see if anyone needs any medical help as well.
Uldric might. I think I know what I'll do.
Of course, Aramis. Roll athletics for me.
Heck yeah. Okay.
Let's see how good of a workout this is.
It better be a good one. I got proficiency and a good modifier. Thank God. Well, actually, that's not a great workout, but it makes sense. So it's a total of 11 for athletics.
It's not a bad workout, but you feel like you're a little thrown off your game. Your form could use a little work. You're not getting quite to as many reps as you thought you would. Damn altitude.
Low oxygen. But I want you to know how crazy this roll is because it's with proficiency, it's a +8.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I rolled a 3.
Wait, you rolled a
Yeah.
Yeah, she just had +8.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. That's a 10. It's a 10.
Not any different than how I described it, at least. So,
+7.
Marmalade. You're able to interact with more people. Damlin Zek, the water genasi, is actually also the ship's quartermaster. And you learn that he has taken good care of the crew. No one needs medical attention. He isn't a cleric, he actually is just a formally trained medicinal professional. He's stitched people up, helped deal with burns and things like that. He has a large collection of various herbs and bandages and the like. He's a fairly intelligent
I
guy,
like this
but
guy.
doesn't seem to know anything about dragons. He's actually a little intrigued by the fact that you have fur. I didn't know that was a thing.
I think many people did.
You also meet, coming down from the lookout is the ship's, of course, air genasi, because why wouldn't they have one of those? Celine Hess. Apparently, as you begin to learn, genasi are common sights on ships. They are a rather pale, androgynous person with the hair on the top of their head long and pulled back, but the rest of it shaved pretty tight. And I suppose some heights would be important here. I just realized I didn't give heights for the last two characters. Dan Linzek, as I had described before, a rather well-dressed individual, light blue skin and a almost sea green colored hair that goes down to about his chin. He has a very strong face, nice jawline, things like that. Keeps his face shaven, well kept. And he stands at right about 5'5", sort of middle height.
So Aramis aside.
Yeah. And Celine Harris actually is not much taller than you, Marmalade, standing only at 5'3". And they are a very pale, androgynous person. And their hair is, at least where it isn't shaven, is white. Very similar to the dragon that is just casually walking around the ship. I just realized I also introduced a character to you guys just now that is over 2 solid feet taller than Marmalade.
But tall. He's what, 7'6", right?
Yeah. Big guy. That's who Aramis is floating with. He's got to be
Hell
strapped.
yeah.
He's a solid foot taller than
Dear
Aldrich.
God. He could carry me by the scruff of my jacket.
He could have thrown Aramis off the ship even if she was large.
Oh, throw her off the ship or throw her against a wall, either way.
That's my character you guys are talking about.
I need to
Hey,
stop
hey,
choosing
your
to take
character-
bites.
And then, Marmalade, you also meet the first mate. A moon elf gentleman named Florence Gallion. And he stands at about 6 feet dead even. So just a clean foot taller than you. With very short kept pale hair. His skin tone is paler than the other moon elves that you've met. And to match the overall sort of drained features he has, his eyes are almost a sea gray. And he is also reasonably well dressed, but he's in sort of mix of leather armor that seems to be reinforced with various metal rivets and paneling added, as well as, once again, a fair bit of jewelry. almost all his fingers has wings. He even has pinky wings.
Ooh,
Oh, he's fancy, fancy.
Fancy.
you fancy.
No thumb wings then.
All right.
And
Um,
is there anyone in particular you would like to interact with? You do meet
Um,
all of them though, at the least briefly.
I was gonna say I'm just gonna walk around with the plate of scones that I cooked this morning that we were eating for breakfast. Jam and cream on like the sides, and I just start walking around offering it to everyone.
Yeah, some of the various crew members take it. Galleon, the first officer, even looks down at the plate of scones as you offer it and goes, "Ah, finally, somewhat of refinement." And happily takes a scone and some jam and enjoys it himself. And
Scones for the win.
I'd say Dan Lunzek also takes it, but Harris turns you down. As
can I
they
also
actually
get
appear
the-
to be turning in for the day from after being a part of the night shift.
That's fair.
And what was that?
Can I get the spelling for those names, by the way?
Please.
I'm always doing a lot of things.
Pretty please.
I'm getting a
That's
little. The amount of fucking red marks on my fucking notes at the moment are kind of throwing me through a loop.
I switch back to general and find out this is where Imp threw his athletics check.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I almost threw one of my checks in there earlier, Imp.
I'll fix it.
Aramis is not so workout.
Oh, I was close to that.
Yeah, I was close with Dallin.
I compounded it, but I was close. I was far off with that one.
I put you instead of an I at her last name.
I started her name with an
see
S, and then her last name I just put Hess, Hess.
Blame the C being the fact that the Selena that I knew in high school spelled her name with a C. And she used to get very upset at people constantly spelling it with an S.
Oh, Celine Dion.
Alright, Marmalade once again feeds people. You get offers from some of the crew to tip you for it.
Oh, you don't have to.
She wouldn't take money. She's not a true dragon.
Oh, so
You
dragons
turned down
do
15
want
platinum.
money.
I put it towards a better cause, and that being the clinic that I aided in some of the victims being at.
That clinic is living like nobility at this point. It's actually the best like hospital facilities in the city, maybe even the country. Alright, Aldrich, what are you doing?
I would like to try and spar with Zaraxathor.
Oh my god.
In what manner do you want to spar with me?
I'm like, hold up. took a fucking bite. Look, I've been doing this. I've been hungry today, so I've been like munching during the session, and every time it comes to me to talk, I'm eating.
To be fair, you did just tell me you were about to do an action.
Yeah, I wasn't I look. Well, I was announced to your presence coming and thought I was going to actually fight something, but it would be nice to kind of spar one of my cousins at the very least.
Do you want to wrestle in some way?
Here's a question. I'm gonna ask it to him. Well, I don't assume you to be weaker in a human form, but I would assume you would be at least a better match if we were to actually brawl out. I recently came into acquaintance of a meteor hammer that I would like to practice with. And I'd pull out the meteor hammer. I'd like to see how I can work it into my routine when it comes to fighting.
That is fair. Alright, let's spar, but do let me know when you would like to start. And with that, he stretches out his left hand, snaps his fingers, and suddenly a metal sort of quarterstaff appears in that hand. Roll initiative.
Okay.
Yo, one hit is gonna be like 30 bludgeoning. I feel like
Uh,
with-
I'm looking at the strength stat of an ancient silver dragon right now.
I'm expecting to die here. I'm
Are you guys
expecting
on
to
the deck of the ship?
Yes.
When you say like that, oh, I just came into acquaintance with the meteor hammer in the middle of her working out, everyone's go, "Fucking the battle axe! I forgot it."
uh,
A lot of the men begin to gather, and you think that some of them might be placing bets. All crowded around Saltbeard.
yes. I as a combatant sadly cannot bet, sadly. So 16 initiative.
Technically, he did roll higher, but he bows as an action and says, "By all means, I'll let you have the first blow."
Aldrich will give a low bow in response, and manifest his dragon aura.
I'm manifesting.
I'm manifesting. And he'll take a swing with his meteor hammer. How do I sit down and swing this? Because I'm not proficient in it with it. I'm assuming I'm rolling at disadvantage.
No, you just won't add your proficiency score. Just make your melee attack roll.
Okay. I'm going to very assume that this doesn't hit 8.
You flick your wrist, but of course the meteor hammer isn't something you've used just yet, and he simply steps to the side. And it swings wide. Your first attack misses.
I think I'm able to. Let me go double check. Am I able to double attack with this even if it misses? I don't remember. Character sheet, meteor hammer. You can use a bonus action to take another attack with it. Um. So I'm going to use. Wait, no, hold up. Does manifesting my dragon aura count as an action? You triple check. It does not. Okay. Then I will use my bonus action to try and redirect the hammer's blow to around his quarterstaff.
Alright, make your attack roll.
Well, that's a bit better, but I don't know if it hits. Does a 14 hit?
He wants more ducks under your attempt. He doesn't even look at it. And then he simply says, "Prepare." And he moves forward to swing his quarterstaff at him. Does a 26 hit?
No, not at all. No, that's easily 11 over my armor class.
I'd like to state that wasn't a 20.
Oh, I have a good feeling it's not. I don't know the stat block, but I've got a good feeling that's just not.
Alright, from his first attack, Aldrich, you take 17 points of bludgeoning damage.
I knew it was gonna be a big hit, dude.
Yeah, I'm fucking scared. Wait. Man, I really asked the ancient dragon to spar, and I'm taking 17, you said?
17 points of damage, yes.
Oh, wonderful.
Spirit, question: where are they sparring?
On the deck of the ship.
On the deck of the ship, everyone can see.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna walk over to watch, but I'm actually just preparing spells to heal him.
We have first aid on standby.
Yeah, Aldrich, how does your character look after the first blow?
If you hit me for 18 damage, I fall to the ground.
Good to know. He's gonna make a second attack.
This is gonna be a 42 to hit.
This one was only a 19 to hit.
It hits.
I gotta know what that hit modifier is.
I don't
Do you
want.
want to know what the strength of an ancient silver dragon is?
It's got to be above 20, right?
It's my guess would be 28.
It's a 30, a plus 10 modifier.
What?
Should have asked him to go easy as I take this thing.
Aldrich's life flashes before his eyes.
He rolled the lowest possible damage that he can. You take 11 points of bludgeoning damage.
Shit, dude.
Aldrich will stand up and roll his shoulders. Good hits, good hits. Could you go a little easier? And he'll cough up blood.
Roll persuasion.
Not 20 persuasion.
Very good roll. Very good roll.
first ever take pity on me roll.
For with modifier, it's a 22.
He goes, "Ah, of course, I apologize." And he holds up a hand, and he casts a restoration spell on you. You're going to gain back 8 points of your health.
You know, it's something.
And it is now your turn.
With my attack, I'm going to do. I'll just do a normal attack with it. I went to look at extended strike, but I'm assuming we're both in melee range currently.
Yeah, he moved up into melee range to use his quarterstaff.
Yep. So just a normal attack with the quarterstaff, or not the quarterstaff, the thing. Does a 16 hit?
It does not.
I'm fucked.
Oh my
Do you want to know what number you have to hit?
I'm kind of curious.
22.
There's not a chance in hell that I hit that. I have to roll a 20. It's a nat 20, right? Essentially. No, even then, because I can't add my proficiency.
Wouldn't you still add either a strength or dex?
Oh, am I supposed to be adding that? I thought that was my proficiency bonus.
Where did I put that stat block? Oh, it's probably in my phone actually. You do really need to get proficient with it. Do you have a way of figuring that out? I could be wrong because you're actually looking at the stats, so I will trust what you're looking at.
Yeah, it just says, and it's on the stream obviously. Medium hammer,
Yeah, I could have brought that up.
30 GP, damage is 1d6, heavy two-handed specialty, double weapon. It doesn't have a whether it's a strength or dex thing.
Yeah.
Alright. Are you going to make another attack roll?
Yeah. I'll move in close, having that attack hit, and do an unarmed strike
Go for it.
as a bonus action. Actually, no. Correction, I'll do a flurry of blows as a bonus action.
Oh, there we go.
Burn a key point.
Is anyone curious for the HP of the being he is fighting right
No,
I'm
I
Gotta
don't
be
need
over
to be.
200, right?
I'm going to
Oh,
take
yeah,
it.
probably.
For curiosity, I'm going to guess 180.
now? You're not even close.
HP?
Okay, cool.
I want to
Not even
say.
close.
I want to say. You said that he's ancient, so I want to say like 400 something.
You're close.
528.
Hey, let's go.
360.
Jeopardy rules. Aldrich went over.
Alright. Flare blow hit.
What'd you roll?
Hey. 24 to hit.
Hey, there you go. As I stated before, that does land.
That's one of the two unarmed strikes. So I'll use a different die.
I'm worried this hit is gonna awaken something in Xerax's heart.
22
He's
to
gonna
hit.
destroy the ship.
22 also hits.
I'll roll. I'm trying to remember the fucking damage. We haven't done combat in so long that it actually hurts my brain. First strike, 1d6 plus
Tickle
2.
this man.
Yeah, let me tickle him. First strike, 1d6 plus 2, that's 8. And then the
Just a warm up for him to bet Aramis later.
Draconic.
I was gonna say, shouldn't Aramis be the one tickling him?
The draconic swipe damage was a 5. Does that? I forget. Does that have a bonus? Let me go find it. 5 plus 2. So he took it with the first one. 8 plus 7, 15. And
Alright, you successfully land a hit. Some people cheer and gain money, and some people groan and lose money.
the second hit, the second hit, because flurry of blows is 2 strikes, is a 4 plus 2 for 6, and then the dragon's claw that adds on top of it is another 6, so 12 damage.
Alright. It is now, assuming you have nothing else, his turn.
Yep.
He's gonna make 2 more attack rolls.
The sound of multiple dice is scary.
I mean, I hope you know, I technically nerfed him in that he could be making 3 right now.
Oh yeah. No, I have a good feeling.
So, a 28 and a 16.
Both of those hit.
I thought maybe the 16 might miss, but...
No, sadly, I'm a 15 armor class.
Once again, the first one is 11 damage. There goes that healing you got.
Reaction deflect attack.
How does that one work again?
When an attack
said it.
roll that includes bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage hits you, you can reduce that attack's damage by 1d10 plus 5. I should have used that beforehand, but I forgot about it.
It's a cool one.
So,
Yeah, go for it.
where's my d10? This is my d10. 9 plus 5 deflected. So 14 deflected.
Nice, you negate that damage. Now roll his next damage. And you take, following up, assuming you can't negate this one, 16 more points of bludgeoning damage.
He was going non-lethal, right?
He wasn't trying to kill you, no. It was a love tap.
I'll have skillfully deflected the first one, and the follow-up one will sit down and swoop me from under my knees and land me flat on the fucking deck. I'm unconscious.
Aldrich just earned himself a scar of his choosing, fighting Zaddy Denbazar. So, you can decide how that goes, and suddenly to cheers and groans, you all witness your Dragonborn companion fall.
He will be missed.
Alright, I'm gonna walk over and heal him.
I like how disappointed you sound.
Yeah,
No,
you'd almost
I
think normally
just
lost money on
anticipated
that
it.
Yes.
Mm.
I assume I'll mark 3 successes and set myself to 1. Marmalade.
Well, Marmalade said she's coming over to heal you.
Yeah.
So no death saving throws necessary.
Let's go Cure Wounds level 2nd level. Cure Wounds 2nd level 4d8s.
Zoaxathar also goes over to Aramis. Enjoy the show. Sorry about your friend.
What a Chad. This guy. You know, I was genuinely worried that you were going to kill him.
In my defense, he did ask.
He tends to get a bit excited in fights.
He did land a hit. It was most impressive. He even deflected my staff.
14.
You will get no deflections from me.
That almost sounds like an invitation.
Aldrich gives 28 points of health back.
I will jump from the ground to my feet. Round 2, I can do this all day.
Careful, young one. Your body can only take so much.
Yes, sir. And Aldrich will give a low bow. And then look at his hand and go...
Your healer can only do so much.
Yeah, Aldrich will give a low bow. Yes, sir. And as he does, he'll look at his hand, and there's just a burn mark from where he deflected the fucking attack.
Dang. The chosen scores the hand he used.
The one attack I deflected.
And he looks at Marmalade. Well done with the healing. Already back on his feet. Chipper is up.
It was predicted.
Yeah, the rest of the day will pass. Should none of you do anything else notable?
Aldrich will sit up in his little spot up behind the wheel and go and look at the fucking burn mark.
Although,
I think I'm good.
if Aramis chooses to accept, I would say that Zoaxathor does offer a little private time before he leaves.
Hell yes. She's absolutely gonna fuck a dragon. Are you kidding me?
And so, the party without a board still manages to fuck the dragon.
All right, actually, before I've been training for this my entire campaign. I'm going to just pull Aramis aside. Alright, so make sure you're very safe. You don't let him do anything naughty to you. Make sure you will consent to everything.
I can't believe she's getting this talk from a cute little dragon bird.
I'm imagining that Marmalade. I'm imagining that when Marmalade said, "Be very safe," she handed Aramis condoms.
Yes. Had to be a fucking roller condoms.
Yeah.
Good old sheep intestines or something.
Thank you, Marmalade.
Also,
really have anything.
if anything were to happen inside, you can tell me and I will help you and we can get everything sorted.
she's going to put her hand on Marmalade's shoulder and give her a look and just say, Marmalade, you realize that I am an adult, right?
And
You are very kind, and I appreciate you looking out for me.
Would
well, you better go have fun.
would this be hidden?
I guess
Probably,
not,
yeah,
'cause
I wouldn't say it in front of the
Marmalade Marmalade was like, hang on, wait a minute.
It's
You
fast
practice
on a
safe
ship,
attack."
I guess.
I'm assuming this entire conversation's on the deck of the ship, hence the question, would this be hidden?
Marmalade's conversation? No, she'd pull her aside.
Yeah, I would assume Marmalade is trying to be relatively private about the talk moment.
Mark that off
Alright.
the list.
Would Aramis's intentions to go sleep with the dragon be hidden?
Have you heard the way they've been talking to each other in front of everyone this whole time?
I really thought this was just gonna be like, all right, it happens, but I didn't know there's gonna be such a preamble for this.
I didn't know there was either, to be honest with you.
So,
I would say you know that they've flirted with each other. You don't know that they're gonna do anything.
gotcha.
It's not like he's gonna sit there and announce it to the entire ship.
I don't think he would either. But
We need everybody to clear out the living quarters, please.
I have no clue how loud. Aldrich has no clue how loud Aramis is.
All right, so am I rolling a d6 for the next day?
They went to the only private place
You're rolling
they
stealth
could,
at how quiet she is?
down in the bottom, and just told Gurf and Durf not to look. The 2 eyes.
Hey, do I have speak with animals?
I just hope that she left Grendor somewhere else.
Absolutely, yeah. She's very, very conscientious about Grendar, of course.
Grendar goes to Marmalade.
Yeah, we'll say when that conversation happened, she handed off Grendar to you.
Marmalade's babysitting.
Luckily, you'll arrive at Creature's Chasm in the next morning, so no one needs to fall. But you may take a type 5
Right
to
on.
use the restroom, get some drinkies, whatever you want.
Yay.
Cool. I'll be right back.
Man, the turbulence on that ship was crazy.
Look, the reason I was curious is because when we return to Three Town, I'm going to enjoy looking at Aramis's sister and going, I think your sister fucked a dragon. I don't know how to put it. Yeah, your sister fucked a dragon. Or your sister's
like,
a
a
little more
list.
daring than you. You have a list of RP moments?
I have like a little list of mother things that Marmalade will say when times come.
That's insanity. That's diabolical, even.
Oh god, let me see if I can find it. Oh, the safe talk was definitely one of them.
I'm writing in my notes, Aramis fucked a dragon.
What else do you need to write other than that?
It's not known to Aldrich, but extra turbulence.
Yeah.
you guys feel that crazy turbulence last night?
Turns out, though, the amount he ejaculates, it doesn't change.
Welcome back, Spirit. I need to stop drinking. I need to stop fucking eating.
You just need to give up taking in fluids.
Alright,
Unlike
back.
Aramis.
What happened?
Well, I made
What is that? You say that?
I made a joke as Smaug was trying to take a drink that even though he changed size, turns out the amount of fluids that Zaxathor gives off didn't change.
Good lord.
Oh yeah.
So then Jessica made a comment about how we all need to just stop taking in fluids, except Aramis.
Christ.
I can just see him holding up his fingers and a cross on his screen right now. I can't wait to share with our other group that you banged the dragon in the other game.
Oh yeah, it's definitely gonna get brought up.
I'm trying so hard to fucking breathe between the water that's trying to go down my throat and the laughter that's coming out of my fucking windpipes.
It's
Well,
official.
Aramis can't say the same.
Oh my. Okay.
This is
All
going
right.
too far.
Just K.
Aramis,
Just K.
Aramis is
I'm
officially the first
sorry.
person to sleep with anyone in campaign.
Heck yeah.
The innuendos they make themselves.
And the next morning, we will arrive at Creature's Chasm. Aldrich, of course, greets the day already on the deck. Now in the shadow of the Dragon Spine Mountains. And approaching the ground. So you're not as high.
I think after getting ready for the day and then heading out onto the deck of the ship, what do we see?
How messy is
Of
Aramis's
course.
hair?
Okay, well,
I'd like to think Aramis properly got ready for
Yeah.
her day. Thank you very much. A grown
I'll see you
woman.
in the morning.
So
Okay.
you're coming down from the sky, and you, of course, are approaching another ridge of the Dragon Spine Mountains. But this one has a large ravine at its base, like a crack through Illia itself. And this crack, this rock. No. To here. Which note in my description of the account side. Ah yes. Even from the air, you can see the ravine below. The morning sun is beginning to crest. And the mountains themselves have a slight bit of fog cover over them. And down below, the ravine is easily almost 40 feet wide at its closest point before meeting at either end. It is like a crack through the foundation of the Dragon Spine Mountains before you. The bottom of the hills. The forest creeps near to its edges, yet seemingly no vegetation dares to touch its depths. An eerie darkness below in the ravine, even on the coming daylight. And as the ship pulls up next to it, they begin to send down ropes to seemingly slide or climb down. The ship will not be touching the ground. I'm sure Aramis is overjoyed.
Yeah, as eager as she is to jump and get down. Captain Calrista, what exactly are we doing here?
Well, the reason I called Silk Tonard to this ship is because he had a report to deliver from an operative of the Hidden Hand. It was reported recently that there was remnant activity here. There's a fortress, not a large one, but a fortress nonetheless, down in that ravine that the Atticans used. Apparently, they were revisiting it. We want to know why.
So this is mainly reconnaissance. We're meant to be stealthy.
That depends on what we find. If it's a large enough threat, we are to eliminate it. Or at the very least, figure out what they were doing here, if they don't remain.
And you are sending down, how many of your crew are combat capable?
Most of the crew. They're used to fighting.
Well, I will follow your lead.
And we do have a few spell casters among us. Alright, men. I'll be leading the away team. Our adventurers, the Flames of Unity, are more than welcome to join us as well. I will not act as if I can give orders to the princess. Or the countess who has so willingly volunteered to come with us.
Did there seem to be like a bit of like kind of like biting in those words at the countess?
Roll investigate or roll insight.
Hell yeah, that's my advantage.
She's just an empath. She just knows people so well.
Aramis knows how to read people so well that she never hides any of her emotions.
That is going to be a 15 total for insight.
You don't think there's any great dislike. She doesn't seem to treat her any differently because of her curse, for instance. But you are aware that the Countess tossed herself onto this crew when they went to go look for Cynthia. She is not actually a member of the crew. You think this might more so be the fact that the captain doesn't like that she's being a taxi right now.
Okay, I understand.
To put into perspective, it seems to be minor annoyance, not any sort of larger undertone of dislike or resentment.
So, would you guys like to join them? Should we help? I think we should.
And at
Aramis,
this point, the captain herself, a few of the crew members you have not interacted with, and Saltbeard all appear to be climbing down.
Aramis, you always think, and I don't disagree with you ever. And after the beating that I took from your friend yesterday, I think he would be.
You did get a long rest, at least.
Yeah. I think he would be if we could maybe convince him to join in.
Where is he? Is he on the deck of the ship or?
You don't remember seeing him when you woke up. Roll investigation.
Was I a one-night stand? No, I'm just kidding.
Were you a one-night stand?
Nah, she knew what she was getting into. She wanted to bang a dragon.
After all,
okay.
you can checkmark something off your bucket list that most people don't even get the opportunity.
That is a 2 investigation.
Can I
Yeah,
investigate also?
My dice have not been nice lately.
At least I didn't make you roll a performance check. You don't see him around.
May I have permission to roll it? Since I suggested.
You want to also investigate?
Yeah, for him.
By all means.
It's significantly better than Aramis's. It's a
That would not be difficult.
It's a 19.
You don't seem to see him anywhere either.
Did I see it? Did I see in the night maybe if he left the ship?
If he did, you must have been sleeping.
Beat my ass then.
Same.
Beat your ass, beat Aramis's ass, and then left. He slapped 2 kinds of cheeks last night.
Oh my god.
They're same cheeks, different intentions.
Well then.
I'm assuming she had a great time, right? Was he a generous lover?
Oh, it was wonderful.
Okay, hell yeah.
He was well experienced, do you think?
Hell yeah. He better be if he's been alive for thousands of years.
This is not the turn I was thinking today's session
Yeah,
would
we
go,
can-
not gonna lie.
We can say that he certainly seemed to know every part of your nerve system.
God, is he a
Oh, that's
doctor?
right. Silver are no, they're cold. Yes? Cold breath weapon?
What? He did mention that he does not breathe fire.
Yeah.
With your history knowledge, I would say that you would know that typically they are on ice.
Yeah. Well, must have been fun.
No, if it was the breath I was thinking, that would have been a bit crazier.
Aramis, you have your sending stone on you, yes?
No, I gave it to you, remember?
Oh shit, and I'll look through my bags and I'll give you it back.
Okay, if I'm to take this, you need to not be telling me to call every single person anytime something happens.
I'm not telling you to call, I just want the updates, because I plan to stay on the
Remembering
ship.
the alley fight.
I just want updates, so I plan to stay on the ship, and I'll show you the scar on my hand, and let this heal up a tiny bit, before jumping into fight. And it'd be good for the 2 groups to have a way of communicating back and forth in case things get hairy down there.
If that is what you wish, then yes, I will take it.
Split up, gang.
And while I'm on the ship, I'll be looking for Zaraxathor.
No, Fred was
You mean my boyfriend?
I didn't know you guys moved along so fast, Aramis. Oh. Hopefully you guys didn't head to first base on the first night.
Would you like to know? And she'll go down the rope.
Aramis is gonna lay an egg tomorrow.
I'm gonna,
I'm drawing the line there.
I'm going to roll insight on the wouldn't you like to know.
Wouldn't you like to know, Wither Boy?
I'm gonna get a Gatorade real quick. I'm still here.
I need you to come back. I need the contested deception.
Okay, I'm back. She's not trying to deceive. She's just she's being coy.
Okay, cool, because I rolled a 19 plus 5 on the insight.
You glean that she is being coy.
And she has a glow about her.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
Just
that
keep-
stuff's good for the skin.
Just keep in touch, okay? If anything goes wrong at the soonest moment, I want to be down there and helping.
She dipped already. After she made that comment, she
Yeah,
went down the rope.
she went down the rope.
I would be saying it through the fucking walkie-talkie.
Oh, okay, fair, sorry.
Could also still just called from the ship.
She'll say, okay, so, but for this, I am, my codename is Red Barbarian. Over.
I'm not calling you a slur. I'll call you Red Rocket, though.
It is not a slur, and also, what is a rocket? Is it like a tiny rock? Like a pebble of sorts?
You experienced
female
one
rocket.
last night, apparently.
Good lord.
It's just gonna be sex jokes now. That's it.
You are joined down the rope, Aramis, by the Countess and the apparent princess.
Just give him
Not
like
that either of them are dainty.
just like an appreciative
Girl
smile and
power.
nod. Yeah, and then we're gonna walk off so sassy into the sunset or the sunrise.
It's 4 female named characters have left the ship.
I hope
Wait,
she
Marmalade,
does.
did you join as well?
Yeah, I'm gonna just pack a quick bag of rations and food and just meet down with Aramis.
Hell yeah.
It has been up to 5.
As Marmalade starts going down the rope, please make sure she doesn't get herself killed.
Okay.
So make sure she's-
You all approach the ravine. I'm going to need investigation checks to find a good place to head down.
Right on.
And as I mentioned, around the ravine, all of the plant life seems to stop. And as you peer in, shadows and darkness are down. You can barely make out the bottom from the top. You don't see anything glowing down there.
My dice hate me.
Hey, Imp, I
I
think
genuinely think that I need to buy new dice.
I was about
Hey,
to
on
suggest
the
it's time to buy
bright
new
side-
dice.
On the bright side, Aramis, you slept with a dragon last night. No one can really say you're having a bad week.
Just like Aramis,
Yeah.
I'm gonna ride that until the next session.
Huh? Huh?
Yeah, I got
Alright.
Yeah, don't worry, mine was not.
I know the
as
title of
good.
this fucking
Mine was not
episode
as
on YouTube.
So, you all can't seem to find too easy of a place, so it looks like you will simply be climbing down the side. How do you all go about such a feat?
Let me see my tools. Because I
Mm.
believe I have some adventuring tools.
I was gonna say, could we use some rope and just lower each other down?
Yeah, I have, because I cut my rope a bit, so I have about 40 feet. Would it be possible for me to like, kind of find little ledges to rappel down onto or climb down onto with the rope as kind of like a, something securing me and keeping me from just absolutely just flying down?
Of course, and when you bring it up to the others, the captain has them bring down more rope from the ship to use.
Oh, heck yeah.
You just see Aldrich up above tossing a rope down.
Not the only ropes Aramis has seen lately.
It's never ending. It's never ending.
Not for this session, it isn't.
Okay, this
Long
is fair 'cause I
night.
torment you. I torment you enough with Jadric, so this is totally fine. It's justified.
Everyone brings up Jadric to vow. Everyone. It's nice to have a simp, though.
Yeah, I'll be heading down
Alright, I'm
and
gonna need
aiding my
some-
friends as well.
Okay, I'm gonna need some athletics rolls from everyone.
Heck yeah.
Hell yeah, let's roll.
7.
Fire. Can I roll above a single digit, maybe?
That dice needs to go
Okay.
dice jail.
It's every. I switch dice every single roll.
Well, that's your problem. You're getting the bad roll from each die.
I guess so. I guess I'll stick to one then.
Yeah, why do
I haven't used my
you think
standard
I
one.
only sit down and swap after good rolls?
Oh, you're right.
The
That's
luck
with my
needs to
proficiency. I rolled a 6.
the luck needs to recharge each time.
Alright. Oh, I'm still in general chat. I gotta scroll up to dice rolls. I rolled some for the others as well. Okay. Luckily, it was a group roll, and you all rolled just high enough
Hell yeah.
Thank God.
that you're all able to make it down. It takes a while, because it is just going down the side of a rock face carefully, trying to find ledges where you can, and use the rope as ably as you can when you can't. But after around 30 minutes, you reach the bottom of the ravine. I'm sure you all notate that to Aldrich up above. You have reached the bottom. It is dark, shadows cast around the sides of the walls. The bottom is only dimly lit from what sunlight can reach down here. Alright, everyone. From what we got in the report, we need to march up north to the far end of the ravine, and the fort will be in a wall. This was built by the Dwagar.
Ooh.
And Saltbeard looks at the group. Tell me, what all did you know about a project referred to as Ouroboros? The snake eating its tail.
That's the code name for their project, or what did he say?
Ouroboros. You know, the mythological symbol of a snake eating its own tail to represent the constant cycle of creation and destruction.
No, yeah, I know that. I just meant like, did he say project or like prof?
He
That's
referred to it as a project.
Okay.
And you can roll history if you would like.
I would like to, please.
I would love to.
Please
Both of you
be
roll
a-
some histories.
A 10.
History.
God, dude. It's a 7 with no modifiers.
Aramis just did not pay attention in class.
She's thinking about just the night prior.
The wonderful night, you know? She's a little distracted. She's got brain fog.
Okay.
Maybe it's a side effect, who knows?
I got 13.
13 old people knowledge. So, Marmalade, you remember a little bit. Broadly, it was a project of the Attican Empire to create tame monstrosities. There were a number of creatures that were created from this. Chimera being one example. And
Oh.
gargoyles being another. This was their attempt to make
Oh, I love
war
this.
machines. Basically, Dwagar and Attican arcanists decided to play God for a while. Do you impart your knowledge on the group?
Yes.
Aye. We are heading to Progress Keep. It was a fort that was a part of that project. They worked on a unknowable amount of abominations there. It is an eerie place, cursed by the gods, they say. That is why the life refuses to return to this ravine. And why it's since been called Creature's Chasm, for some of the countryside in this area is still roamed by some of the things that were created here.
Thank you very much.
Well, go on your march if you have nothing to say.
She'll just talk into the walkie-talkie. This is Red Barbarian to Lizard Boy. Did you catch all of that?
Red Rocket, Roger. I heard all of that. Are you guys sure that you'll be able to handle everything? What if one of these chimeras attacks you? And you'll hear like some panic in his voice as he's
Would he not? Go ahead.
as he's searching through the entirety of the ship looking for this dragonborn now more frantically. Or not dragonborn, dragon.
Worry not, my little gecko. We shall succeed without a single casualty.
We really need to get you to get caught up on modern day slurs.
Get caught up on modern day slurs? You'd want her to stop.
Yes, that's why I would get her caught up on them.
Oh.
Aldrich is too woke for Amos's taste. You have to remember, she's a capitalist.
She's not.
Have you signed up for our rewards program?
Is there by the that kind of like the vibe that we're getting off of this area, and also just seeing like the dead vegetation and shadows and all that, is that having a physical effect on us at all, or mental effect?
It doesn't appear to be. At least, not that you can tell. Some of the other crew members that have gotten to the bottom are at this point lighting either torches or lanterns to try to brighten the area.
Okay.
Please be careful with shadow dragon attack.
Okay, now you're kind of freaking me out a little bit. Let's not go that far.
What do you think Project Chimera was attempting to do? It was a war machine. Ouroboros was trying to do is make war machines, chimeras. It's probably what corrupted some dragons and created shadow dragons.
We don't know that they were entirely that successful.
Do I need to remind you of the story that I read while researching the Attican Bloodstone?
I think by now that kind of like bravado has started to die down as you're convincing her the real stakes of the situation. No, you've told me once and that was enough.
Please be safe. Please be careful. If anything happens, I will be down there faster than you can say hi.
Yes, I very much believe that. Okay, well, we must focus on staying stealthy. I will report back to you if we find something else. Lizard Boy, Red Barbarian out. She's going to put the thing away, and she's going to light a torch as well, because I do have one of those.
And Aldrich will start more thoroughly looking through the entirety of the ship.
Around another 20 minutes pass before you reach the other end of the ravine, plodding along, and you come to a suddenly flat stone surface, clearly altered from the rocky, jagged walls around it. And there's a large gate etched at its center, and on either side of it are stone statues of dwarves holding dual-sided battle axes. The axes are pointed inwards towards each other so that they cross over the gate. And the handles actually go all the way down to head level for both of you.
Aramis is
So,
reminded once
rather
again
big
that she
statues.
forgot her axe.
Aramis is once
Yeah.
again reminded she doesn't own an axe. So she did
The hand,
pay for
yeah, the hand gripping the torch, it just very visibly tenses to where it's gonna like snap the wood.
it. Ah, here we are. Right. Stone doors likely locked, sealed, but usually there's some sort of trick where you can manipulate so that you can unlock it from the outside. They didn't tend to use keys, they just have some sort of way of opening it that they share among each other.
I will definitely
Yeah,
try
and
and
I
like,
investigate the door.
yeah, same.
Yeah, roll some investigations.
Yeah.
Others are also starting to look.
Please be the roll that's above a 10. Yes! Oh my god, it's an 18. No modifier.
Nice.
See, this is what happens when you don't swap dice. Now you
You're
have to
right,
swap
you're
that.
right.
Now you have to swap that one because that was a good roll.
No!
Can you
I wanted to
imagine
be
if Jess
consistent.
rolled a 20 though? Like, Aramis gets super excited. Still the lower roll.
I think I found the answer. She's not even looking at the door anymore.
Sure enough, everyone brings over enough lighting to fully take in the area. It is a large stone door with a mural on the front of it. And of course, the statues that I previously described. And the mural depicts two dwarven men, similar axes, holding them together, interlocked in the same way that you see before you. And then it shows them standing with them straight up so that the axe head is level with their eyes. And suddenly light passes between them from the darkness above them. And that is what your investigation will guide.
I'm going to attempt to see if I can, because you said that the handle essentially for the battle axes go all the way down to our head level.
Yes.
I'm
They are large
gonna.
axes.
She's going to attempt to move it to see if there's some sort of mechanism that allows them to move the axes.
Of course. I'd say off of your investigation roll, you're kind of handling it, and eventually you figure out that you can twist the handle slightly, and it suddenly moves. As if it's on some sort of swivel. And sure enough, you're able to paint it the way that the mural depicts. And do you do it with both axes?
Marmalade, can you do that with the other one over there?
Yes, of course. I run over and I do it with the other axe.
You do the same sort of twist and pull, and suddenly you hear multiple clicks, seemingly from inside the wall itself, and the eyes of the statues glow ever slightly. Sort of low red light, ominous. and the gates open. The stone itself moving as if controlled by some sort of mechanism as it opens outward towards you.
I only wish Rome could have seen something like this. And to a lesser extent, Rukak as well. But she will head inside if the group does as well.
And yeah?
Yep.
One begins to go inside. Alright. You enter the initial entrance. It is an old, dark, and decrepit space. But you can pretty easily move in. The entrance is not in any way further blocked. Although it does appear that despite the fact that there is some rubble inside, that some of it has been cleared away from a room on your left, purposefully. And there's another door on your right, and a door at the far end. This seems to just sort of be a lobby space of some sort.
Marmalade, what are you thinking?
I do not know.
Just for simplicity's sakes, Marmalade looks around. She looks towards the door, which looks purposefully cleared.
Should we investigate that one?
I agree. And I will take out Adversary of the Wicked, and I have my shield ready. The torch is now put out and put away. I will.
Alright.
Actually, I want to listen into the door before I open it. Put my ear up to it, my pointy ear.
Alright, give me a perception check.
Okay. 22.
That's better than when you were looking for the Dragon Man.
Yeah, it's a 18 plus 2 plus proficiency.
Okay. You put your ear to the door and you don't believe you hear anything. You're almost certain that it is empty. So you feel like you can hear every little bit of movement behind you. You're almost positive you'd be able to hear anything.
I'm gonna notify the group as well, so that they know that me and Marmalade are gonna open that door, and then I will open it
The
slowly.
captain gives you a nod. Two of our people go to investigate the room on the right, while the rest of them move to the door at the far end, but they don't open that one yet. Sure enough, you find a small open space. A sort of stone room that doesn't seem to have any furnishings that you can tell. Do you roll an investigation?
Yes.
Yes. I'll take that.
Okay, the luck on this dice ran out. It's a 7, no modifier.
Gotta let it recharge. Gotta let it recharge.
You're right. I should have switched it.
It was only Aramis rolling?
I rolled as well. I got a 16.
Thank God.
Alright, normally you can tell that there has clearly been a fire in this room recently. In a small sort of
Recently?
chimney in the far corner of the room. But it has been cleared away. You can just tell that there are ashes. It's not warm. So you think that people have likely been here within, say, the past day. At the least.
Okay. I turn my gaze over to Edimus and I say,
Adams, I don't think we're alone here. I think someone else may be nearby.
Saltbeard, Captain Calista, the Marmalade has found signs of people being here previously.
Could be they camped in that room while they were here. Thank you for letting us know.
I want to join those that are waiting at the furthest door that you said when we came in.
You got it?
So there's
But-
nothing else in the room?
No.
Okay.
The captain and Saltbeard nod to each other. And they open the room. Which leads to another hallway. With a door on the right wall and a door on the
Yay.
left wall. And nothing on the far side. Just seems to be a place that a torch or two could have been hung.
God, I wish I was a rogue. I want to investigate for traps.
You can
I,
still make an attempt.
Do I rush over to the middle room?
That's a 10, no modifiers.
With a 10, you don't see any traps, but you didn't roll poorly enough to think, well, clearly this is the safest room I've ever been in. You're a little unsure about it. But you don't see anything.
Let me go first. And I'm going to make my way, and I want to go to the door on the left.
Right, you go to the door on the left wall. Do you open it? Nothing impedes your getting there.
I'm going to open it, yeah.
You open it. You're not carrying a torch, yes?
No torch.
You open it, and in the dim light, you see a stairway leading down, but it quickly becomes darkness before the bottom.
The structure goes further down. But I cannot see. I need light here.
And with that, the captain comes over herself and points her lantern down it. And sure enough, you do see the stairs lead straight down to another doorway.
I'm getting worried that we're going to find something evil here, dude.
And
Can I?
at this point, the countess also comes over to join you.
At this point, I wish we
And
had an
what was
orb of
that normally?
locating, because I'm afraid.
I was gonna say, can I go and like listen in on the other door?
Oh, sure. Roll another perception check. By all means.
Let's go.
I'll not stop you guys from trying to get more information.
Not,
I think while she's,
not great.
while she's doing that, Aramis will let Aldrich know on the Rocky Talkie what they're finding.
What all is happening?
Yeah, like a little play-by-play.
Alright, I'd say we don't have to go through it, though Aldrich can make a response if he would like.
Okay. And at this point, Aldrich would be searching the cargo bay for the dragon man.
You do not find a dragon man. It has been 50 minutes of searching, so you are positive he does not appear to be here. Unless he is comically entering every room you leave the second you leave it.
Scooby-Doo style.
That's what that almost makes me want to just stand in the cargo bay and look at the door, wondering if he's following me.
He really wants to talk to Aldrich, but he just keeps running away from him.
Oh, and by the way, don't forget to feed Gurfindorf and Samantha.
If you weren't on a mission right, I would blow cover. but I will make sure that Sally gets some food and Gryffindor gets some grits.
Still favoritism.
Favoritism from Aramis? No.
So about 30 minutes have
No.
passed. I firmly just haven't found him.
No.
I'll probably return after feeding Gryffindor and Sally. I'll return to the deck and peer down at, at the ropes. Readying myself to fly down them at any point.
Marmalade, you do not hear anything.
Okay.
You're not sure if that's just because of some of the conversation behind you catching your ears, or if there really is nothing there, but you do not hear anything.
I'm gonna step inside.
You open it and find a room with various decayed furniture. This appears, you think, to have been a barracks at some point of some sort or another. Now it is empty, disused, and disrepaired.
I'm gonna walk in and just investigate. Look around. Oh, do you want me to roll investigation?
Sure thing.
Cool. I'll take it. 30-20. Let's go.
Oh, nice.
Oh, the fucking sigh made me think that it was bad.
Looking around the room, you think, unlike some of the other rooms, that this one hasn't even been entered. You notice that there's a lot of dust everywhere, including near the doorway itself. This has not been used in quite some time.
Alright, so there's nothing really in here.
No. Nothing but decrepit furniture,
Okay.
beds, tables, chairs.
Alright, I go and rejoin Aramis.
The janitorial staff here must be terrible.
Could have had some bedding for Aldrich's bed.
I don't think you want that.
It's better
You
than
didn't warn
nothing.
you didn't warn the dragon of silk.
Silk had said he was already out on another mission, so
Oh, fair enough.
I didn't think that I would need to.
He said he would be leaving in a few days. So yeah. He's gonna go bed Silk now.
Oh my god, he would
Oh
kill
god.
him.
He's just really into smaller people.
Oh.
I'm gonna go down
He's got
the
a short
stairs
stack
to the
fetish.
door.
Alright. You begin to head down the stairs, and the Countess immediately is gonna, in lockstep, head down with you, not wanting you to be alone. And as you begin to hit the steps side by side, you hear a click as you're going down.
Oh.
And suddenly, the stairs move downwards, the stone almost becoming like a liquid. As the surface smooths down completely, and you are sliding in free fall. Please make for me. I will give you two choices. Imagine you'd be more likely to use one over the other. I really need to stop typing some things on my phone and some things on my notebook.
I do the same thing.
Terrible habit. Terrible
Get
habit.
ideas at work. I have to type them somewhere.
That's the exact same
Yeah.
reason.
This is why with Obsidian you can sit down and sync your notes between multiple devices if you pay for their subscription.
I don't use a device normally.
I like that
have a
that
paper
could have been a
notebook.
real sponsorship there.
Honestly, I've been practicing my sponsorship, my potential sponsorship like things off stream.
Nice.
One of these days.
You can either make for me a strength saving throw or a dexterity saving throw, depending on if you're trying to just grab something and try to hold yourself in place, or if you're trying to sort of slide to a halt and try to
Okay.
jump to safety.
I'll do a strength saving throw because I have proficiency.
Very nice.
Oh, good roll too. 22 total.
Ooh, good roll. So, you were not completely able to stop your descent. However, you're able to maintain your feet and you slide to the very bottom, still up and ready for whatever combat you might face. And I'm gonna say Cynthia was entering behind you, and Azamont was next to you, so they both got a roll as well. For spellcaster. Huh. So Azamont rolled a natural 20.
Nice.
And even Cynthia rolled a 17 at least.
Nice.
Wow. So all three of you, I mean, you might as well, like, you all three neatly slide to a halt at the bottom. Azamont might as well have done, like, the whole superhero landing type shit. She was so just unbothered. And you begin to hear something in the darkness ahead of you. You look at the ground, the floor and the floor and walls around you are almost flesh-like in detail. Down at the bottom, you realize that when the stairs became a ramp, you went lower than the door you were looking at.
Oh.
Through some sort of trap gate above you. The walls, ceiling, the floor, it is all a sort of red mush. But you begin to hear whispers in the darkness ahead of you. Just gibbering. Tons of words in more than one language, all being spat out in seemingly no order whatsoever. No meaning whatsoever. And coming out of the darkness is a mound of flesh and eyes and teeth. It is just a mound of mouths and eyes, all collected in an almost amoeba-like form, uttering madness. Roll initiative.
Guys, I fucked up. that's that's a really sick description, though. I love this.
I'd like to imagine that I just heard a scream as the floor changed through the Rocky Talkie and Ultrix now sliding down the fucking rope of the ship.
Yo, okay.
Can I, Wow.
What song do I use for this, dude?
And here, after that, I am rather happy with my description, but Just gonna throw in general chat a quick picture from the monster manual.
Oh, hell yeah. I was like thinking like the flesh that hates that SCP.
Oh my gosh.
No.
Wait,
Oh,
No.
wait, what is
I
this?
don't want it.
Smell.
I don't want it.
Oh, hey!
Yeah.
Jess K! It's Damien! Tell Damien I said hi!
I want scary music for this. What do I do?
And I got a
So a little bit of a
19 from Aramis. Marmalade, you are also rolling. You're just not in the same room.
Oh, okay,
Do you happen
cool.
to have a recommended song,
Oh,
Spirit,
sick.
for this battle?
I'm counting up all the rolls.
I got another dirty 20, by the way.
Damn.
Oh god.
And you know, I did not
Song.
think of a recommended song beforehand.
Oh, good. I can find one.
It's funny because we literally were just talking about this creature, and the other day, Spirit.
What creature?
The one that the physical description of it that you showed.
The gibbering.
Good for you.
It reminds us of a CNAV Monster Prom 2.
I've never played that game.
It's hilarious.
I like that my initials in this combat for the monster is GM.
Wait, Spirit, you're the monster?
My brain just flashed to fucking Epic the Musical, thank you. I'll become the monster.
Also haven't watched that.
Have you listened to the new Linkin Park song?
I think I did once.
I liked it.
Marmalade, you hear? I won't speak for Aramis, but I'd say that Cynthia and the Countess both called out in surprise. As they are suddenly at the bottom of their stairs. You, of course, are not looking down the stairs. You don't know what exactly happened. But what do you do? As you are at the top of the mountain.
I guess I would roll to get down there safely.
Alright, so you're going to move over to the stairs, and you will end up seeing that they have become a slide. Make the same roll that the others did.
Alright. So, break the decks.
Yes. And the DC will be easier for you because you're not getting surprised in any way. You're just looking down the slide and then trying to go down it.
Alright.
I love the idea of a fluffy
This
dragon
might not fire,
sliding
please,
down a slide on a midsummer day.
Alright, that's not bad, I would say. I got a 7 plus 4.
At least it's a +4. A 7 by itself would have been bad, but
Yeah, so it's an 11.
you begin to slide it a little unsteadily, but you're keeping your feet under you. When halfway down, you hear another click, and suddenly re-solidifying are the stairs as you find yourself at the bottom of the stairs staring at the door. Your friends
What?
are somewhere beneath you.
Oh shit! That's awesome.
Oh no!
That's so fun.
Well, we've split up the party way more than we were going to expect to.
Are now faced with a door. This is why I
It's a
still
door.
included you.
I love this.
Yeah, the party's in 3 groups.
All right. I guess I see if I can listen to the door.
Roll an investigation check for your action.
All right. 16 plus 1. Let's go.
You hear the far off sounds of madness.
What?
Screams and calls and all sorts of languages. Some of them you know and some of them you don't. But none of it makes sense.
All right. Yes, I'm opening the door. I'm gonna peek in, like, just take a sneaky peek in.
Right? I will consider this the remainder of your movement as you open
Yeah.
the door, peek in, and are faced with the stone statue of a humanoid, I should say, brandishing a sword.
Ha! Lovely.
I assume you end your turn?
Yes.
Aramis, you're faced with a rather loud monster. What do you do?
I was muted. Sorry. How big is this space that we're in now?
You fallen down into. I did draw a map. Wide, it's more than the stairs. It opens up at the bottom. It's about 20 feet wide with you guys sitting at the back of it. You can't see how far down it goes. As you had light at the bottom from the lantern above, you've now heard the stairs collapse back up behind you. And none of you happen to be using any light source. So you are in darkness.
Okay. Damn. This is brutal. Okay, I want to first off.
Yeah, I don't think hobgoblins have dark vision.
No, I don't have it. I don't see it anywhere here.
Much like Val.
Oh, dark vision, 120 feet. Okay.
Oh, do you? Okay, there you go.
Yeah, it sent it. Also,
Then it
let me
is-
know if you need me to send you the link to my page again, because I was thinking about that the other day.
It is dimly lit to your eyes. You can see it, though you still can't see the far end of the room.
Okay.
Far end of the room is more than 120 feet.
I'm going to enlarge as my bonus action. So
The
Giant's Might
sound
is
of
now
Mario leveling up.
and I'm going to. I'm so sorry. How far away did you say the creature was?
I didn't originally.
Oh, okay.
The creature is a mere 10 feet in front of you as it comes out of the darkness.
Okay, so I will move into melee range of it. And now I'm going to strike with my short sword. This is going to be a 16 to hit. That was 11 plus 5.
You hit?
Right on. So that is, I'm going to use my one of my charges. So that is going to be a d6 plus 3 for the initial damage. that is going to be 6 points of piercing damage, plus 3 points of lightning damage. Hang on, I'm writing this down too. And then I have to add on top of that my Giant's Might, which is going to be
Good hit. Start with animals.
another d6 of damage. So that is going to be an additional 5 points.
Nice.
Um,
Very
and
good.
then I'm going to action surge.
You open your
So-
can of spinach and eat it.
Yes, I do. Please. That's not a good roll. I don't think this is gonna hit. That's a 13 total.
You hit.
Yes. Okay. Sick.
It's not a particularly good armor class.
Okay. Oh my god. 4 points of piercing damage. I'm gonna add on my second charge. So that was 4 points of piercing, plus another 3 of lightning, and then for my Giant's Might, that is going to be 2 points, 2 extra points of piercing.
Nice. Okay, what was that total again?
So the total for the second hit is going to be 9 points of damage total.
Nice. You've done a
Um,
good bit of damage one time.
Yeah, and I'm going to use my other special. It's not a bonus action. It's not an action. It just says special. So it's up to you if I can use it. I want to use my fire rune.
Yeah, I'd say you could use it.
Okay. So the creature needs to make a strength saving throw and beat a 12.
Right, and what was the effect if it fails again?
The target takes an extra 2d6 fire damage. And it will be restrained for 1 minute if it fails.
Interesting.
If it
And
succeeds,
does it redo the check to free itself on its turn or something?
Yes. So while restrained by the shackles, the target takes 2d6 fire damage at the start of each of its turn. The target can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turn, banishing the shackles on a success. I assume that if it succeeds, nothing happens because it doesn't say anything about a successful roll.
Right. It rolled a 12.
So it succeeds. So nothing happens.
Tell you what,
But yeah,
because we've had this happen a few times, I will grant half the fire damage, as it is still being grasped by flames.
oh, I'll take
Like
it.
this-
If you're offering, I'll take it. That'll be.
I'll treat it like a spell.
It's gonna be 9 halved.
6.
I rolled a 5 and a 4. Okay, so
Or
6.
5.
5 extra fire damage. And that is it for my turn. Sorry it took so long. I was so excited because I was
brought the
rolling really
pain.
well. Hell yeah! I finally got to do something cool.
Dude, yeah, no, that is some hefty hits at your level. Alright. Next is its turn.
It eats Aramis alive.
Aldrich starts hearing on the other side of the walkie-talkies digestive sounds.
No.
It begins gibbering, the incoherent madness kicking in. All creatures within 20 feet will need to make a wisdom saving throw.
I have to ask: is this a type of charm condition?
It does not say charmed.
Okay. So, which saving throw did you say again? It was wisdom.
Wisdom.
Okay. 13 total. I have no modifiers.
You pass. Everyone is unaffected by its babbling madness. Now it is going to, it's upset, move forward. Multi-attack. First, it is going to use Blinding Spittle.
Icky. I experienced that last night.
Oh my gosh!
No. I veto that statement.
It spits a chemical glob at the ground in front of you all, and it explodes in a blinding flash of light on impact. You and Cynthia, that aimed between the two of you, need to make a dexterity saving throw or be blinded until the end of its next turn.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I fail. That is going to be 5 total.
You do fail. You stepped forward and was so proud of the strikes you were making, and it spits and blinds you. Blech! Oh, this is incredible. Cynthia also failed. She's also blind.
Oh.
By the way, my first round of damage was 31 total. I'm pretty proud of that.
Off.
Yeah. That was significant.
I feel like that's larger than most of my damage.
No,
And now
you've
it's
done
gonna
some
bite
hits.
you. One of the mouths lean in to take a big old chomp of hobgoblin. And ooh, that's a good thing I need to check. Ooh.
It's a lot of dice.
Yep. It's got advantage on this attack roll because you're blind.
Right on.
That's why it's a lot of dice.
I'm scared.
One could hope.
My first one was definitely not enough. My second one was an 18.
That's my armor class. You got me.
Whew. It was a 16 plus 2 and a 9 plus 2. 9 was really lame. All right. Let's see here. How many d6s do I use again?
Yo, okay.
It's gonna attempt to swallow it on this hole.
I don't want that.
Vol.
Well, that's mostly low so far. You're going to take a total in piercing damage. Oh, but that's just fine. Oh, it's under my thing that was rolling. Of course. Let's see here. Carry 2 divided by 38. Multiplied by the square root of pi. It did not actually roll well. I hope you know that.
Okay.
But by sheer numbers. How many plus did he have that? No, it is purely just the roll. You take 14 points of piercing damage, and you must make a strength saving throw.
Okay. Not good. 14 total.
You pass. It is unable to knock you prone. It tries to tower over you and topple you over as it bites down on you, but you're able to hold your ground. And with that, it ends its turn. And thus begins Eleanor's turn. You're blinded, but you hear Eleanor's voice call out, a word in Infernal, and you feel that same heat from before enter the room. You don't technically see what she's about to also do, but... Oh man, let me don't get to describe a spell visually again. I shouldn't have blinded you. What have I done to myself?
You feel warmth.
Suffering from success.
Another
DM
one.
problem. She is going to cast Chromatic Orb.
Oh, nice.
You hear the crack of lightning. Of course, accompanied by thunder.
Thunder? Feel the thunder?
I'd like to think your hair kind of stands up on end slightly as it passes by.
I hope so.
Get me attack roll. That's a hit. Alright, how many dice do I roll for this? Of course, I have to roll a completely different type of die now that I've pulled out every d6 that I own. I hope you know, Imp, that I barely hit double-digit numbers, and I rolled in damage 5 dice.
I feel that pain though. It's always
That
like
should have been a bigger hit.
it's always so cool, and it's like you get to roll 6d10s, and all of them are like 2s, and it's like, oh, that's so fun.
It's upsetting. It's upsetting. Oh, of course, I roll better as the NPC. And this thing is going to take 15 points of lightning damage.
Hell yeah. I knew I could trust my girl Eleanor.
This is why you don't, you know. I'm not going to say anything.
Alright, next is Cynthia's turn, who is badly blind. She thinks she remembers the general direction of the monster. Oh, hey, look, Silk's character sheet.
Did I hear daddy? I mean Silk? I mean daddy? I mean Silk?
No, the dragon's not on the ship. You already looked.
But it's Silk.
I kind of wish that you and Silk had your own personalized Rocky Talkies.
You know, if we had our own personalized Rocky Talkies,
Damn it! Cynthia
Yes.
managed to still hit the monster, but her other roll was a d20 and I had to ignore it.
Oh.
She had a critical hit that didn't count. And she barely made the armor class with the lower roll. Alright, she's just going for an Eldritch Beamage.
Hell yeah.
Blindly towards it. Like, I need to check.
I'm not there, but above board, mechanically, how does one cure blindness?
Now, it does depend on how you get blind. Most spells and things like that make you blind for a certain amount of time.
Gotcha.
Like I
For
said,
spells.
it's until the end of its next turn in the description for this particular one.
Gotcha.
And there are some spells that also get rid of like status effects.
I think Lesser Restoration cures blindness.
Yeah, I think that is one of the.
I had heard, but I was just like, I thought it was like a blanket condition. I don't know why.
Not yet 2 beams. Just 1 beam. Just 1 beam, guys. Just 1 beam.
We haven't Finger Blaster. It's been so long.
And she finger blasted blindly.
Hell yeah.
Without
Blind-
finger blasting you.
Blind blasting, Poggies.
Huggies. I haven't heard someone say that in a long time.
Poggies.
I've slowly fucking just been converted into fucking full Twitch lingo, and I hate it.
Start saying kek unironically.
I have.
No, Smoke.
I have slowly been converted into full Twitch lingo. I need to stop streaming.
Right. Top of the order. Marmalade. What do you do?
Oh god. So you said this thing was speaking in like multiple languages, and some of them I knew.
Yeah, you recognize some of the words. You can hear it in the distance. It appears to be coming from the stairway that's in the corner of the room you're in. You have found another stairway leading down. It's a spiral staircase this time. And there is
There's
a
a man with a
stone
sword.
humanoid wielding a sword in front of you. It seems to be raised in a defensive posture. But the humanoid and the sword are both stone.
Okay, go down the stairs or investigate the stone. Kind of want to investigate the stone.
Are you going down the stairs or investigating the statue?
I'm investigating the statue.
Aye. I was gonna say it's at the top of the stairs. It's just in the room that the stairs are in. Alright, roll an investigation check for me.
Come on, let's do this. Nat 20, let's fucking go.
Nice! So,
That's, yeah.
I suppose I also could have made this a medicine check, but tomato, tomato.
What?
You quickly realize that what you have in front of you appears to be some sort of hobgoblin warrior. However, at some point they were petrified.
Excuse me.
Keska,
This
fuck.
is not simply a statue that was made in front of you. This is a person that was petrified.
Oh shit.
Well,
And that did, of course, use your action
Shit.
to investigate. But you still have your movement
Yeah.
and your bonus action.
eats oatmeal.
Okay.
Eats his grits.
Offers the statue a scone.
I said there's no fucking way to cure petrification. I can't cure wounds petrification. Shit.
Like blindness, I don't remember if lesser restoration helps petrification or not.
That one's greater restoration.
Yeah, I thought it would be the bigger one. It's kind of a problem to get petrified.
Yeah.
Yeah?
A little bit. On the plus side, if you get petrified, you get to know how Val lives because you have resistance to damage.
Jesus Christ.
Alright, well, I guess I move
Rock
down the
hard ass.
stairs.
At the stairs, you are met with a double door.
Oh shit. I I guess I gotta end my turn there in front of the door.
You could open it with a bonus action. I would allow that.
Okay. Could I like peek
Unless
in,
you
not like
want to
fully
keep it
go in, but
closed.
just like sneak?
Yeah.
I want to like
You
sneak a
sneak a
like
peek.
creak it open.
You creak open the door, and you see the same collection of eyes and mouths. Not its backside, as its back is still also covered in eyes and mouths, so what really is? Even it seems to simply be moving by biting the ground and dragging its mass along.
That's
And
terrifying.
on the other side of it, you see only darkness. You just see the monster before you.
Okay.
You cannot see the far wall.
All right. Okay. So that's right. And do I? Yeah, end turn. I don't really have anything else I can do.
Alright, end your turn. Aramis, you're blind, but it is your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna still have to try and strike it.
Yeah, listen in at those mouths.
So it's disadvantage, right?
Yes.
Okay. Ooh, please be good. These are bad rolls. I rolled a 2 and a 6. So the lowest is a 7. Pretty sure that doesn't hit.
The 7 misses.
Okay.
What is the other?
No, that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
You
at
were
disadvantage.
rolling
That
at
was the lowest one.
disadvantage. See attacks.
I'm
Keep going along.
That's it for my turn.
I'm about to lose friends.
Swing, batter, swing.
So am I blind until the end of my turn, or how does
End
the
of
blindness
its turn, technically.
The end of its turn, got it.
So it still gets advantage.
Fair enough. I was asking just for like reaction's sake.
Oh yeah. Gotcha. That makes sense. Alright. This ends her turn, and it is going to make another attack roll against Aeonis.
Bring it.
Ooh. It's gonna miss. Even at advantage, it is not able to bite down.
Less.
But it is going to use another blinding spittle. This time, it's gonna shoot at Marmalade. Marmalade, one of the mouths facing you suddenly puckers up and spits a glob of liquid that explodes in a blinding flash of light just in front of you. You must make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Dex saving. What's my dex like? Oh, okay. 13.
You pass. You're able to shield your eyes in time and not be blinded.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
And as it ends its
Just push
turns,
the door in front of me.
when you open your eyes, you hear more of that infernal chanting on the other side of the gibbering nonsense that this creature is giving off. And suddenly, for all of you, as no one is blind, the shadows that were invading the corners of the room back off. The room is now well lit and almost warm from the burning visage of Eleanor Azamont.
Oh yeah.
Her hair once again transforming into fire and her eyes aglow brightly. Even the magical darkness cannot impede your vision anymore.
That's my girl.
And she's going to step forward to try to attack this thing with her rapier.
Repair. Wait, no, that's tomorrow.
It's a hit.
Hell
She also
yeah.
does some damage. This thing is so easy to hit, man. Alright, she just casually strolls up and rolls max damage. Alright. She is going to end her turn. And Cynthia will attempt to Finger Blast again. Yeah, miss, you don't have to feel bad anymore. Someone else missed. A Finger Blast goes wide. I'd like to think it singes the wall next to Marmalade.
First, this thing is so easy to hit. Then, Finger Blast missed. Which is it, DM?
I mean, it has a single-digit armor class.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my god, and I fucking missed? It's embarrassing.
To be fair, you missed with a disadvantage, at least.
Okay, that's true. Thank you.
Cynthia has no excuse. Alright, top of the order. Normally,
Alright,
you now see your
so-
friends, thanks to the, one would describe unholy light coming from one of your companions. Although I think, Aldrich's roommate might say holy light. Just depends on your perspective.
Alright,
Aldrich might say holy light.
I'm gonna cast
Once
Guiding
again,
Bolt.
Aldrich isn't here to see it.
We love
He
Guiding
is on.
Bolt.
He was on his way down. He went down the rope. To be clear, he's just.
Yeah, but it took them 30 minutes to reach the bottom of the ravine and another 20 to reach the fort.
Yep. He's
You got
just.
50 minutes of travel.
He's just
Look.
panicking.
Hey DM,
Yes?
does a nat 20 plus 4 hit this thing?
Nice! Let's get that double
That is so
damage!
perfect.
Double
Especially for
damage.
a guiding bolt.
Roll your
That's
damage and then
5
multiply it by
d6s.
two.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
5 d6s. Alright, so what's that? That's. Okay. Yep. Awesome. Alright, so that's 4.
Marmalade, let me save you from some math. Its HP remaining was 6.
Oh damn.
Ah, then I rolled just a 6 in general, so it's.
How do you like to do it? About to shower your companions in flesh. Fucking overkilled this thing.
Marmalade just kind of seeing that everyone is near this thing, steps into the room, raises her mace to the air, screams in Draconic before pushing the mace forward and blasting this thing with a bolt of light, which just seems to consume it.
Marmalade sends forth a Kamehameha. And, like an anime, disintegrates the thing in front of you.
The pencil sketched.
You hear
Um,
a cacophony of screams, and then the room is suddenly silent in warm light. You do feel a heat emanating off of Eleanor. Even Marmalade feels it. Far end of the room. You can now see that in actuality, the room, while 20 feet wide, was about 30 feet long.
Marmalade, oh my goodness, that was fucking amazing. I didn't know you could do that.
She's too far in the backlines healing.
You can,
Well,
you can,
you see, you were in trouble, so
Is the walls and stuff, all the surfaces are still fleshy, right?
yes.
Okay. Are they moving at all?
No. You can now see that other than the door that Marmalade entered from, there's a door on your left.
Ooh, okay.
Aramis, what was that sound?
And entering behind her is the captain, who had also come down with her.
Oh yes, Aldrich. We just came across this little like fleshy monstrosity, but we were able to fend it off, and Marmalade lit it up with some of her. I guess I would assume her little holy cleric stuff. You know that she practices. You should have seen it.
Little holy cleric.
What do you
Sounds
mean
such a
fleshy?
non-believer.
I'm on my
Like,
way
it
down
had-
the cavern now.
Oh, we'll take your time. It had like a bunch of teeth and mouths that were all mangled and sharp, and like a bunch of eyeballs, and it just sounded like a crowd of people like screaming and talking and all sorts of stuff. It was nightmarish, truly.
I would like Aldrich, while he's talking, to make an athletics check.
Athletics check going down the cavern. 16
Hey,
plus 2.
Since this time it's not any sort of group or...
Hey, Imp, you want to know what the damage roll was?
You are okay.
Yeah, I do.
You make it down to the bottom.
So
At least you will
so
at the end of the time. You're not there.
So without the modification, it was 21.
Hell yeah, dude! We did a lot of damage to this guy.
It would have done
First-
42 if it hit.
First action, Aramis did half its HP.
Hell yeah!
And it should be noted, if any of you failed that wisdom saving throw, your turn would have been wasted.
What would it have done? What was the
You
creature?
roll The gibbering mouther. You would have had to roll a d8. On a 1 to 4, you do nothing. On a 5 to 6, you take no action or bonus action and use all of its movement to move in a randomly determined direction. And on a 7 or an 8, you would make a melee attack against a randomly determined creature within your reach, or do nothing if you can't.
God, this thing's fucking brutal.
That's
And
so
of course it can
cool.
blind
Hitting
you.
one of the teammates.
Yeah, it's something that if you scaled its level up, you could probably make in a horror thing something that the players would have to run away from. Its speed is only 10 feet.
Oh,
Because
I see
literally,
that,
it has no limbs. Its only way of moving is to just bite the ground and drag its mass.
That was a really cool description. I'm all about it. Like all that horror stuff that was going on with it was pretty sick.
And any creature that it would have dropped to 0 HP, it would have eaten. And anyone it could fully consume's mouth and eyes would join the mass.
Oh, wonderful.
That's brutal.
Yeah. You could watch one of your friends be eaten and then watch their recognizable eyes and mouth appear and start trying to bite at you with the rest of it.
Oh my god.
Literally Damien.
I don't know what you're referencing.
It's okay, just K does.
Yep.
I'll post a picture of what I'm referencing in a minute.
Its armor class was only 9. And its hit points was 67.
It's kind of like a glass cannon type of thing.
Kind of, yeah. And then I added the extra effect of the magical darkness in its area, but not directly in its area. It
Mm.
kind of had like a dome. So I figure, you know, some of these creatures were heavily experimented with. So not only did they create this, they probably created variants of this.
Yeah, this is not good going forward.
Why would you say that? Not to mention the petrification. This thing didn't petrify anyone.
I
Unless
think
you're
by
feeling
now
stiff, Aramis.
my giant's might would have worn off, so I am normal-sized Aramis again.
Boop, boop, boop.
Is everything okay? I
Oh.
heard screams. I heard lots of noise, to be honest, through the Rocky talking.
Wait, are you with us already?
No, I'm
He
Rocky
said through the
talking.
walkie-talkie.
Okay, sorry. Jesus.
No, I'm not with you. I'm not going to be there with you for even at 40 feet dashing. I don't know if I'll be there with you.
It's gonna be a second, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you,
No, like,
you can only
the,
hurry so much down the wall.
Marmalade killed the thing with her cleric abilities. Everybody is fine.
Okay, I'm on my way. I'm moving as fast as possible. I shouldn't have let you guys go alone. I'm sorry.
It
And
is
when he
fine,
finally-
Aldrich. We all survived. Minimal injuries.
Good.
It-
And like that's literally how he would answer it.
Eleanor, very close to your face, which is kind of bright. Aramis, it's just, are your eyes okay? What was that? So
She's gonna do like a bunch of blinking and kind of like place a hand on Eleanor's shoulder. Just take a step back. No, yes, I am fine. Look at you. Is this? Did you do that on your own, or was it? How do I word this? Did you activate your? Because I don't want to say
I love
blessing.
Aramis trying to step on the fact that she's like, I know you don't feel good about this, but also I don't want to be insulting towards you about this.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the right word. Did you activate the flame on your own?
Yes, I know how to circumnavigate the potions. I guess I wasted the drink today.
Oh, it came very much in handy. I appreciate that.
It's hard to tell with the fire, but being appreciated for it, you think she blushes a little. But it also could just be her body boiling, you never know. You do notice that with how much she activated the flames, you almost feel like you see light under parts of her skin. But of
Ooh.
course, you don't see too much of that given her armor.
Okay. I also want to utilize one of my only second wind.
Oh, to heal up a little?
Yeah, I want to roll for that.
Of course.
That's decent. That is going to be 9 points that I get back.
Nice. The captain looks at all of you. I don't know what that thing was, but something tells me we're going to have a lot more to discover here.
That actually reminds me. Is the petrified victim upstairs?
And with that news, this is how we end our session.
Hell yeah. That was so fun. Oh my goodness.
I gave you more quirky, fun times with the dragon because I figured you guys needed your beach episode after how depressing towards the end of Three Towns was. And then I gave you more horror.
God.
Oh yeah, I love the horror. That was great. And now like this just this is an omen for what's to come in Creature's Chasm.
And Aldrich's
And
just
what's to
over
come
here.
In my
possibly
notes.
later.
Aldrich's just over here. I shouldn't have let them go alone. I shouldn't have let them go alone. I shouldn't have let them go alone.
I
No
did like
matter-
see the visuals of this place too.
No matter how hard I looked, I wouldn't have found him, right?
No, he's not on the ship.
Assumed as much.
He did, in fact, dine and dash.
My brain went, he's either not on the ship or in the captain's quarters, and I'm gonna be honest, I ain't breaking into the captain's quarters.
But yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoy it. And yeah, I typed up some of those descriptions preemptively. I also decided it was very simple, but I gave you guys your first puzzle.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was neato.
I liked the puzzle. Or at least the description of it.
Yeah. It wasn't any more difficult than the little claw door things in Skyrim.
Yeah. My brain
The key is just in front of you.
I will say, my brain, when you said dwarven axes crossed, my brain instantly went to fucking Lord of the Rings and went, oh, I know how to open this bitch.
No, you did not speak friend and enter.
No, because
that's
that's
what I thought too.
No. I didn't think it was a word. I thought it was actually an action, because that's a thing in a lot of dwarven cities in Lord of the Rings.
We also got a bit of more lore too for the Attican War and stuff.
Yeah, there was a lot of lore dumping.
You guys got some more flavorful backstory from Aldrich.
And more pirate hearsay.
Yeah.
Always need a water genasi. And if you're flying, you always need an air genasi, clearly, because you need a water one to go on the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Also, how well can we trust Garlock, because he didn't tell us that the mirror can also be used as a portal to hell?
You know,
he's lighting candles ritualistically in his basement as we speak.
All right, now I don't know if I trust him as much as he is.
Look, he's fine. Let's be real here. I don't trust him any less. I just think, oh, he was a lower worshiper.
Yeah, for sure.
Lower.
He wasn't leading the congregation. He was sitting in the back playing the fucking instruments.
Also, like, when I was going back listening to the VODs, it still kills me, Spirit, when you were RPing as Garlock, and you're like, I think it was, oh, Valora, that bitch. It's so fucking funny.
Vera, that
Vera,
bitch.
You're like, Vera, that bitch.
I'm really glad that I logged these VODs. I hadn't gotten that one up till like 2 days ago.
They're very helpful.
I'm glad you guys have enjoyed the story unfolding in front of you.
I
liked the
great.
descriptions of this place and the monster. When I found that, I knew you guys wouldn't have too much trouble with it. It can do a lot of damage, but yeah, it's like a glass cannon thing. If you happen to pass your saving throws and whatnot, it doesn't do too much. It's just that if you fail saving throws and the dice don't favor you, oh man, it can blind you, it can make you waste your turn, it can make you knocked prone.
You
A lot of
know.
status effects. But even if you're blinded, it's not that hard to still just randomly hit it.
Yeah, that
Too bad
AC.
you missed that nat 20 though.
I know. Wasted net.
God,
Technically,
I'm-
that attack still hit.
We learned about
Just the 20
Eternia
didn't
too.
count.
I think that was the first time we've heard of that individual, right?
Yes, you learned of another individual of legend,
Wait, what
a
individual?
being created by the gods that seemingly never ages.
Wait, I did I zone out on an important lore drop that I just didn't process as an important lore drop?
Oh man, Uldrich wasn't paying attention. That's a shame.
He
He didn't listen to his own cousin talk.
Look, I had so much shit that I was mentally processing, okay?
That man was just lore dumping to a bunch of children.
Yeah, that
Some
was one of the
stories.
reasons, because like you introduced this ancient being. I was like, okay, I can get
I've
some
got to.
info. So I was like, yeah. So how do you feel about prophecies? And then I got more than I expected.
Yeah. He does know a fair number of things.
Yeah, and I very, very autistically just zoned out there, I think. Like, I heard you ask about prophecies, and then the only thing I think I really picked up from that was sanity.
Yeah, it was the only thing you brought up afterwards.
I don't know. I know that there's probably. I'm gonna have to check the VOD. I'm gonna have to read the fucking VOD.
Yeah, it was a fun opportunity. I figured that name dropping Eternia would be fun there.
Eternia.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
The Warden, the first Eternia.
Is it spelt like I think it's spelt? Eternia. Okay, cool.
Got it. Finally, I got one.
It only took an Eternia.
Look here. Dungeon Mommy.
Also, let's not forget, other than reaching this fort and fighting a horrific monster, the greatest progress that was made this session, Aramis fucks.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, when you
Go ahead.
go ahead. Okay, when you brought up initially the orc captain guard to the prince, that was one I'm like, you're tempting me. But then also I realized, like, with this station and this area, I was like, it's not gonna happen. But then you introduce this, like,
Just
essentially
vagabond.
like, yeah, essentially like a silver fox that's like, oh, you know, like I'm on vacation right now, so let's see what I can do. I was like, I'm getting laid.
It's literally a cruise ship. You
It
met up
is.
with another guy on the cruise who's just sort of like, hey, you're attractive, I'm attractive.
I kind of wish he was still on the ship so I could sit down and sip margaritas with him while this is all going on.
Yeah, you guys went to the shore. Aldrich wanted to stay on the ship and continue sunbathing.
Fuck!
He really is an old man on a cruise.
I literally just brought the sunscreen. That was it.
Bruh, I should have used my reaction more. That fight would have went longer if I did. I also recognized, per our rules, that I used it wrong, and I apologize.
It's the funniest thing I think with that combat encounter was the fact that the trap resets. So even though I was still gonna include Marmalade in it, the fact that it just suddenly closes and that she's just left on a different floor.
I was
My
kinda
literal
thinking-
confusion.
I was kind of thinking, like, what if Eris just yells through the floor, like, Marmalade, just run up back the stairs, hopefully you step on the button again.
Hopefully you step on the button again.
Just stomping around. But yeah, now, thanks to her not doing that, you guys know that there's something else here.
Yeah, I'm thinking possibly a basilisk or a beholder.
That's
so
what
it's
I was
all
thinking.
terrifying.
Oh.
Is that something that our current level, I don't think we could take on.
No?
No,
What?
that is not at our level.
What if the dragon suddenly reappears? He's like, oh, you guys have a beholder problem?
I'm scared.
You should be.
Yeah, you're
Same
running
way.
through the ravine alone right now.
The darkness.
I
would say he probably is going to take like 25 minutes because he's hurrying to get down to the bottom. But then that 20-minute run to the fort, oh, it's going to be like 8. Man is sprinting.
40 feet of
Probably with reckless abandon.
yeah, 40 feet of movement doubled if it's dash, so that's 80 feet of movement.
Yeah. You're gonna get to the fort quick once you're at the bottom.
Yeah. No, definitely a beholder's out of our level at the moment.
Uh,
A spectre wouldn't be though.
you
Spectre
guys
would
sure?
be in our level.
You sure?
nothing in D&D is out of your level if the DM decides to workshop it.
Mm.
That
Yeah,
is
maybe one day you guys will fight a small army of mini beholders. Just lowered stats individually.
that is
Baby holders.
baby holders. Oh, they just got binkies. Oh, their eyes are
Think it's like
holding
an abusive
rattles.
situation too.
I am excited for what's to come, though, to find that.
Oh yeah.
One thing that I didn't write down, Saltbeer did say the name of the keep, right? Where they began Project Ouroboros.
It was. Give me a second. Progress Keep.
Progress Keep. Thank you.
What's up? It doesn't sound vile and evil.
You know, progress
The
is.
bad guys didn't think they were bad guys.
You know, now that you think it, now that you say it, and I think about it like that, the bad guys are never bad guys. We're really the bad guys to the bad guys.
Sees the dead. Well, actually, they can't even see the body as described. It was like disintegrated. You monster! What have you done? It had kids.
Did I get it?
Did I get
I rolled a 42 to kill that thing. I'm just gonna say.
We ended exactly where we wanted to. I wanted to do this combat counter tonight, but have you guys know that there's something that can stone people.
Well, you know, I'm glad that I decided after hearing the trap go off to come in, but I will say, imagine if Aldrich just sat on the ship the entire time.
Girl power.
Just sitting there eating grits, waiting for y'all to come back.
Now that would have been girls' night.
Girls' night.
Girls'
Just to let you
night.
guys know, I am closing next Friday. How available are you guys on Thursday?
I think I
Thursday
can
would be the
pass.
24th.
I can pass on streaming that night. I'm down. I'll be. But it depends because I get off of work at 7:30 your guys' time.
So we would just
Eastern
start a little later.
I have no plans ever because my life is boring and mundane and means nothing.
So I would be down to have a short, Thursday night session.
I'm up for it.
I'm available.
I'll put my thing in chat.
You're thinking about it. 7:30, our time. You know, it would be like 9:30 in the morning for Jeske. It'd be a normal time.
So yeah, if anything, it's a more normal wake-up call.
But I do want at least 30 minutes so that I can shower and eat because I don't want to be
I'm
all
picturing us
stinky.
starting actually more so 8 or a little after.
Okay.
I assume that was when you were getting off, not getting home.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm.
You certainly got off in this session.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Ba-da-da-da.
I'm happy.
When I make the sex jokes, I'm completely okay with them. The more you guys make them, the less okay I am with them.
I'm like, what hammer them?
But no, I realized because of the way that you wanted, or because you're still using the old rules, my deflect attack wouldn't have deflected.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Because in the new rules it's any attack, whereas before it's deflect missiles instead of deflect attack, and I completely forgot about that.
Make sure to always read what's set up.
Well, that's the thing is I did read it.
Yeah, but you're reading the wrong one. We've already clarified many sessions ago that that's not how it is. You still have the old setup.
I'm buying you the new book. I'm making a decision.
I'm okay. That doesn't change the fact that I'm the DM. I've decided that I'm using the old ones during this campaign. You can't just tell me what rules I get to use.
Speaking of, I forgot to ask for a thing for Aramis this session. Can she have a bag of spicy nacho Doritos, family size?
Well, you chose a good flavor. You have to find a gnome that makes those, though.
God damn it! What's that old man's name? That old fuck.
Alvin.
Alvin.
We will have a session Thursday instead of Friday.
Or
It's like
Alvin.
close
Right.
Friday, and I'm glad because
Last name's
wait.
Agin.
we can't do one next week because I actually have Thursday stuff I have to do. Dang it! So we're gonna be off for 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. That's fine.
Because week after next, I work 6 days in a row.
You.
Yeah, 3 of the 5 people that work in my department are gone.
Vacation?
Yes.
Wow.
Tell him to come back.
Which manager allowed all 3 of them to go on vacation at the same time?
My job is not allowed to stop people from using their time.
That's a good benefit. Yeah, I get. I just put in time to have, I think, a total of like 11 days off, because of the way my schedule is set up, and I only had to use 40 hours.
Nice.
I'm excited.
Wait.
So 2
Yay.
11
Well,
days
2
off?
weeks off.
Impicus?
Mm-hmm.
We need to sit down and game at some point while you're off.
Oh, dude, I'd be down to clown.
I don't know what we would play, but I'd play whatever you want to play.
Right, we can find something out.
He wants to play Metal Gear Solid.
I would sit down and commentate with it and watch that. Funny enough is like that's genuinely a reaction, something I would
It
do.
can't be any more cursed than Imp playing Dead Space with me in the call.
That is unforgettable. I need to go back and see if I still have that VOD so I can save it before Twitch resets everything.
Yeah,
That
you got
stream
till
will live
March
in
19th
infamy.
now.
So tomorrow I gotta, or March 19th or April 19th.
March.
Oh, okay.
The previous deadline was 2 days ago.
Oh, okay. I understand.
They extended
Yeah,
it.
I gotta go and save it. That was a very fun one.
I'm glad everyone enjoyed the session.
Correction, May. I'm bad
Yeah,
at
it's-
fucking months. Next month, 19th.
Your stories are really great, and also I love all these characters too. Every time a new one gets introduced, I'm excited.
They'll have their own personalities and stories.
Aldrich's just over here. I miss my boy Silk.
I miss my husband.
Aldrich's gonna show up. No one's using light sources anymore. They're just sort of standing around Eleanor.
Eleanor is so sweet. I want her to survive. I don't want anything bad to happen to her.
You know the one thing I hate there? You know the one thing I hate? I gotta be the asshole that has to stay a little bit away from her because I'm fluffy.
Oh yeah, you get lit up, dude.
I'm
Literally.
flammable.
I also just realized that because of her nice demeanor, she is like unintentionally very Karlak coded.
No.
Just not as buff.
The
I'm
fi-
excited to play with you guys
Oh gosh, you know
tomorrow.
what I just realized though, Imp? Imp, I forgot to give you back your hedgehog.
Oh, Grendar. Yeah, you have Grendar with you.
Granddad's been
You
with
know
me.
what? That's good. Grendar didn't have to make a wisdom saving throw or be driven like temporarily mad.
One of these sessions, you'll just remember that Grendar's on Aramis's shoulder and go, "Hey, by the way, Grendar had to make a wisdom saving throw. Congrats. He failed."
By the way, when you got acid splashed, yeah, your hedgehog is no more.
I don't think
There
I
was
will
Grendar.
because Imp doesn't force me to do that with Mushy Boy all the time. And Mushy Boy is most definitely on Val in a lot of combat.
This is
It's
true.
true. Yeah.
Bruh, Mushy
As a
Boy,
backpack.
that feeling when Mushy Boy can officially do things now that, like, are cool.
I mean, he could do
He
things
always
before.
could.
It's
Just no
just
one
that
ever put him in.
the spore thing is centered on him, so no matter what, if I decide to get him to use it, I have to make a saving throw.
Well, you could always just send him out there because he got sent out there once.
But
And
he take damage.
I
So
don't know. He
could
didn't get hit
swing
that
on little
time.
Mushy Boy. No, that
Oh.
time.
But yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, he could take damage.
That
But he can always
time.
come back unless he's burned, and then he's dead forever.
Sizzled remains. I
So-
also love Marmalade's description of how she destroyed the gibbering mass. She
Yeah, it was
just
sick.
entered the room and detonated it.
Oh, ball. Oh,
Yeah, I like-
ball.
I like that it does the magic does come from the mace, which is pretty cool.
That was a neat description. I always let people add their own flavor for how their characters do their spells. It's just more fun that way. It's so
Mhm.
girly pop.
Scars heal,
Technically-
right?
I would let Aramis describe if there's any neat bits of her, like, what do you call them? The added abilities you have from your class?
Oh, the runes.
The runes, yeah.
I just never had an opportunity to actually use them, but I appreciate the fact that you're letting me do at least half
Yeah,
damage with the fire
I've-
runes now.
I've decided because, like, you've used it 3 different times, but the DC is so low. Like, that thing didn't even have a modifier.
I know, I was really excited when I first got it. I was like, this is so sick. It's never been useful.
So yeah, I'll give you half damage, so that one
I
can at least
appreciate
be a damage guarantee.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I feel bad because, like, every time it happens, I'm over here like hitting twice with one punch. Aramis is just like, "Man, why won't my shit work?"
God damn it, I didn't buy the fucking warranty.
I love that I knocked out another player.
Oh yeah, you have a scar now, Smaug. Or Uldric.
Yeah, Aldrich has.
I officially have knocked out 2. You're next, Marmalade.
To be fair, Aldrich might have not taken a single point of damage today if he didn't want to try and practice with his new weapon.
That's very true. You could have
I did
avoided
like-
that fight.
Yeah, I did like too that you chose a hand scar over just like a general attack on your
that's kinda
body.
cool.
It was cool.
And it's like
From blocking that blow.
Yeah, and then I realized, wait a minute, I technically did this wrong. I technically used the wrong thing.
Now,
The scar makes more sense now.
you'll be heading in. Of course, everyone could always wait for Aldrich. It's also, you have a light source now, but it would be really depressing if you were fighting something that could petrify people and it suddenly became dark.
Don't put
That's
that evil on
evil.
Eleanor.
That
Don't
is
do that to
so
her.
evil.
Good night.
Just after I said I wanted her to live.
Just hears the disconnect sound right after that.
Mic drop. I hope you all have a good night.
Night.
Too. I'm excited to play with you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, I was about to ask. We're doing that tomorrow?
Yes. I'm gonna actually need to ask you also that because I hadn't looked over.
Yeah, we're just waiting on to see if you were down, Smaug.
Oh, I'm. Yes. The answer is yes, always.
Right on. Cool, guys.
Hey,
I don't,
Imp,
I don't
ready
want
for
to go
this?
as late as last time because I do work Sunday, but I'm totally free.
Okay, I'll try to keep it contained. Well, last time there was a special thing, but
Yeah,
I'll keep it short,
And
concise.
you want to know
Love
how long I've had this typed up?
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, Spirit.
You asked us if we were good at 10 p.m. my time 5 days ago.
Uh-huh.
I instantly
Asleep.
responded to you. No, because
Oh, wow.
I was awake. I instantly responded. Never hit enter.
Oh, right on.
Do you still have it
all good.
typed?
Yep.
Hey, there it is. It's
Hey,
all
look, a
good.
notification.
All right then. Well, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope
See
you
you
guys have a
then.
good rest of your night as well.
See you guys in 2
Enjoy your
weeks.
day, Jessica.
Yeah, enjoy your day, Jet
I
K.
will.
I'll get to play Alphonse tomorrow. Fuck yeah.
See you
Bye
guys.
bye.
Bye, guys. And with that, wraps up session 14 of Tales of Illia. Thank you, everybody, for being here. The VOD will be up on the YouTubes in a couple days, if not tonight. Yeah. Love y'all. Have a wonderful night. Let me see. Let me see something real quick. Do we have anybody live at the moment? Let's go say. Ooh. Let's go say hi to Chi. Chi's currently doing The Sims. Love y'all. Have a good night. Take care of yourselves.